And it's our custom here at Beth Adam to read a midrash, a legend that comes out of these particular stories. And we write these midrashim, these Jewish legends ourselves. This one is a continuation of the story we've been reading of Judah and Tamar. Out of breath, the messenger came to Judah to tell him the news that was stirring about the town. Tamar, your daughter-in-law, is with child. Sighing a great sigh, Judah slumped in his chair. With child, he thought, this is not good. Only ruin and misfortune can come of this. There is more, said the eager servant. She is with child, for she played the harlot. Your daughter-in-law Tamar has played the harlot, the servant emphasized, and she is now with child. The servant stopped speaking, for he wanted Judah to have time to consider the implications of what he said. In the silence, Judah's mind raced. With child, a harlot. She played the harlot, and it is known that she did so. What else is known? What of the father? Does anyone know who the father is? For a long time, that thought simmered in Judah's conscience. The father, will he be discovered? Will he ever be known? Being with child as a result of harlotry brings shame to our family, Judah knew. But that shame will pale if the father of this child is ever known. This dishonor must not overwhelm my family. It must end now before the drama unfolds anymore. Tamar must be silenced for the sake of the family, for the sake of honor. For my sake, thought Judah, so that my name will never be associated with hers. She brings discredit to the ancestors and to those yet to be. Tamar must not be allowed to disgrace our name anymore. She must not be allowed to be associated with hers. She brings discredit to the ancestors and will never be associated with hers. She brings discredit to the ancestors and to those yet to be. Tamar must not be allowed to disgrace our ancestors and to those yet never be associated with hers. She brings discredit to the ancestors and to those yet to be. Tamar must not be allowed to disgrace our name anymore. She must not be allowed to explain herself or her actions. Dishonor is the greatest shame, and there is only one way to cleanse this abomination. She must pay. Bring her out, said Judah, and let her be burned. Even as those words escaped his mouth, he quivered within. Tamar is to be burned because he, as the head of the household, has the right and has the power to impose such a sentence upon her. Simply his words, he can cease the drama, silence, or end her life. While Judah may have had doubts about his actions, he revealed nothing to those around him. He remained to all steely-eyed and focused. Neither his voice nor his posture betrayed his inner thoughts or turmoil. Relying on the law that says a woman who is engaged to be married must not consort with a man, Judah was secure in his ruling. For even though Judah's son Shelah was not old enough to marry Tamar, she was betrothed to him and thus considered to be Judah's daughter-in-law. Tamar had no choice but to marry Shelah, for she had been married to Shelah's older brother Er, and before she and Er could have conceived a child, he died. That she was now required by law to marry a younger brother to carry on the family name. Suffocated by ancient tradition, Tamar's only choices were to submit to marry the brother or to engage in an act of deception in order to take control of her life. Deception is what she chose. And though the punishment for deception was extreme, no one could question the law, for it had been passed down from generation to generation. Tradition and customs and laws and hierarchy and family structure all worked in Judah's favor and kept Tamar from speaking. Judah assumed that Tamar would be led to her execution, silently, obediently, and there in the midst of the rising flames, the matter would end. Tamar would die, and the name of the father would never be known. All Judah needed to do was wait. Wait until Tamar had been brought from where she was being held. Wait until the executioner's pyre burned hot enough. Wait until a silent Tamar would be silenced forever. And once silenced, Judah would no longer fear that Tamar would reveal her secret. A secret that would scar Judah and his ancestors. Just as Judah willed himself to believe that the plan would succeed, that custom and law would protect his secret, he realized that his signet, his cord, and his rod, those things he carried to identify himself, he no longer had. He had given them to the one he had now seeks to silence. If Tamar were to reveal those items, if Tamar was to show them to anyone and say, it is because of this man, the man who carries these, I am with child, Judah's secret would be revealed. Judah would be exposed, and the future he was now trying to orchestrate would come tumbling down. But Judah knew that Tamar had ached in silence for so long, and he believed she would dare not speak now. Tamar knew her place. She knew her role. And just as Judah believed that no one would question his judgment, he expected that Tamar would die as she had lived, obediently and silently. Standing outside, waiting for Tamar to be brought to the executioner's stand, Judah and the town waited. As Tamar grew closer, the crowd began to murmur, for they saw in her hands what Judah now saw. They saw the signet. They saw the cord. They saw the rod. And now the people knew what Tamar knew and Judah had sought to hide. Judah's plan was ruined. Now his secret was out. He could not act. There was no reason to do so. Tamar was released from her shackles, and Judah returned to his home.
Did you know that animals listen to dominate?
Muted.
So I've definitely heard that story before, and I don't think that I heard anything that was quite new. But what does kind of surprise me, though, and I think that might be indicative of something, is that this story takes place right in between the events of what we read last night and basically Joseph being sold off into slavery in Egypt. So it almost seems to imply that even though Judah is the older one, that in a certain sense of the term, that Judah ends up kind of taking over almost like the birthright of Joseph, which is interesting when you parallel that with the actual history of Israel being associated with Joseph and Judah being associated with, well, Judah.
Interesting. It's almost like Judah was bound and determined that he was going to get the birthright that Esau didn't get.
What do you mean?
Well, the firstborn got passed over, with Esau went to Jacob. And I think that, probably Judah was aware of that precedent, and he was just trying to make sure that he was, on top of the game, in charge. He was the firstborn son that Esau never was.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's also interesting because Judah, even though he was the fourth in line, the tradition is that Reuben, Shimon, and Levi both gave up their birthright through their actions.
Yeah. And he was bound and determined that he wasn't going to screw it up as well. And he was just a little overzealous to the other side. Tag.
Yeah, so here, let's listen to this and we'll get into it a lot quicker than usual.
He marries a Canaanite woman. He marries a Canaanite.
Oh, okay. We're just starting like with no context.
Woman.
That's great. Also, here's the link if anyone wants to join.
Okay.
Rabbi Ronnie, fine. Let's get to it.
And sorry. And with this woman, who is the daughter of Shua, they have 3 sons, Onan, and Shelah. Becomes marriageable age. They marry him off to a woman named Tamar. But was evil in the eyes of God and quickly died without children. So in accordance to the laws of the levirate marriage, laws that we learned in Rambam, where a man goes childless, so therefore a brother would marry instead to keep his family name alive. So now it comes up to the next child, Onan. But Onan too was evil in the eyes of God and died at an early age. And she remains a widow. Who's next in line? The 3rd son, Shelah. But Shelah grows up, and it seems very obvious that Yehuda had no intention to marry him off to Tamar. So this is where we pick up the story. Yehuda is leaving his home after mourning for the loss of 2 sons, and she takes drastic actions, Tamar. So let's turn to the next parsha. Okay, let's share the page.
Okay.
There we go. Is it legible?
Could be a little bigger.
Yeah.
Better?
We'll start in a few minutes. That way, that will be he'll be talking
Okay.
about what we were.
Many days passed, and Shua's daughter, Yehuda's wife, died. Yehuda was consoled, and he and Chira, his Adulamite friend, went up to Judah's sheep shearers to Timnah. And it was told to Tamar, saying, "Behold, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." So she took off her widow garb, covered herself with a veil, wrapped herself, and sat down at the crossroads that were on the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah had grown up, but as for her, she was not given to him as a wife. Okay, so it seems like she's not getting him. So when Judah saw her, he thought her a prostitute because she had covered her face. He turned aside toward her to the road and said, "Come now, I will come to you." For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, "What will you give me that I should come to that you you should come to me. And he said, I will give you a kid from the herd. She said, only if you give me collateral until you send it. So, of course, the obvious question is, what's going on over here? Yehuda, a moral individual, he has the intent to be with a prostitute. How do we understand this? So, in the next verse, we're going to see that things are much more than meets the eye. Text number. Next text. Again, the story continues. So he said, what is the collateral that I should give you? And she said, your seal, your cloak, and the staff that is in your hand. So he gave them to her. And he came to her, and she conceived from him. So what kind of seal did Yehuda give to Tamar? So Rashi explains. Rashi explains, and he says,
Mute.
Dang it. I was saying, we know of someone who would interpret that seal to be a medical suppository, but I think that's obviously not how it's supposed to be understood.
I don't think so. Again, I also don't think the takeaway is I'm sort of wondering, are the Bidens Jewish? Because the one brother married the other one's widow.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's something that in most cultures is just seen as weird, whereas in Judaism, and I'm guessing there's probably elements of it within Arab culture as well, but that it's not seen as taboo. In fact, it's seen as taboo not to.
So you're sort of saying that it's not that the Bidens are particularly, throwing back to ancient traditions. They're just kind of weirdos.
You could say so.
Okay. I think it's good to distance yourself from the Bidens for your culture. That's a good idea.
I think it's just a general good idea to distance yourself from politicians.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to count your fingers after you shake their hands.
the Targum renders it, your signet and your cloak, the ring that you use as a seal, and the cloak with which you cover yourself. So it's interesting that in Jewish law, marriage is sealed when a man places a ring upon a woman's finger. Now, the possibility of marriage is not only with a ring, it can also be done in three ways, as the Talmud tells us: by giving a valuable object, a contract, or by consummating it through relations. So the practice today, though, is doing it with a ring. As we see the Ramah in the Code of Jewish Law, he says, is accustomed to betrothed with a ring, and there is a reason in the Tikkunei Zohar. What's the source for this custom? So some say it's actually the exchange between Yehuda and Tamar. This was the first marriage that was sealed by a ring. So that gives a little added dimension here to what's going on. It wasn't merely that he had time with a prostitute, but rather he made sure to make it legal, as the Bali Tesvis in the Talmud explain. Text number 4a. Some explain that their union was consecrated in marriage. This explains Tamar's wording, what will you give me that you should come to me?
So this is interesting. So that in one case, they interpret this to be a marriage, but as we'll get into, there's something much more interesting going on here, and it's alluded to in the title of this video. But let's see here. Baruch et Adonai Amvarach, Baruch Adonai Amvarach leolam vaed, Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch ata Adonai noten haTorah. So also, I didn't realize this, but for whatever reason, I was under the impression that it ended here at 33. It actually ended here at 36, so we're going to have to just start from that very end of last part. But Vayikra Yaakov Shisim Lotav Vayasem Shasak Bematana Veyitavel אהל בנו ימים רבים, ויקומו כל בניו וכל בנותיו לנחומו, וימאן להנחם, ויאמר כי ירד אל בני אבל, שאולה ויבך אותו אביו. והמדנים מכרו אותו אל מצרים, לפוטיפס אריס פרעה שר הטבחים. And Jacob tore up or sundered his clothing, his dress, his mantle covering, and Vayesem sack, and he placed sack. Interesting. Sack. Wow. I wonder, this might actually be another cognate. 1 second, I've got to look this up real quick. But any thoughts in the meantime? Do you think this could be, let's see, sack Hebrew, sack.
I mean, certainly, I don't know where you're going with it, but that the two sound certainly like they could be cognates.
So, let's see. The past couple of weeks, we discussed words relating to Hanukkah, but there was some really good words in the story of Joseph that we skipped. I'll try to cover them in the next few days. The words sack in Hebrew and sack in English have the same meaning, and this is no coincidence. The English word derives from the Hebrew. Large bag, OE sack, West Saxon sek, Mercian sake, Old Kentish, large cloth bag, also sackcloth from Proto-Germanic sakis, secker, but Gothic sakus probably is derived from, what's GK? Greek, I'm guessing, and early borrowing from Latin sacus, Old Frankish sac, Spanish saco, Italian sacco, from Greek sakos, from Semitic, CF, Hebrew, sak or sack. The widespread of the word is probably due to the story of Joseph. Interesting. In the story of Joseph, we find two uses of the word sack. So we find it here where we are right now, and we see it later in the next Parsha. So this is fascinating. I'm glad I looked into that, because it's like those little things you could totally it could totally evade you. And you would never know if you just read the English translation and you didn't look at the Hebrew. Because this word, it's not even shock, it's literally sack.
Yeah, and if usually my rule is if it's a slight difference in the vowel in the middle of it, it could be a cognate in Hebrew. That's kind of how that works. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we know that they had sacks, but did they have packs? And if so, did they have snacks? And if so, did they have snack packs? I'm obviously facetious.
I was going to say, I think they probably had something resembling political action committees, you know.
Wait, what?
You said it, whether they had packs or not.
No, packs. Like a pack that you put on your back, a backpack.
Oh, I was thinking political action committees and conventions and stuff.
How would that be implied in snack packs?
I wasn't going with snack pack. I was just going with a different definition. It was a bad joke. It didn't work. Tag.
I mean, hey, there's probably political action committees behind various big snack companies, so you never know. Snack pack could be a big snack.
Yeah, it has like R.J. Reynolds and, you know, a bunch of the, you know, Frito-Lay and a bunch of the other snack manufacturers.
The snack mafia. All right, so he placed sack on his loins, and he mourned or lamented over his son for many days. And he rose up. And all his sons and daughters. Okay, that's interesting. So obviously here it's got to imply the daughters of his sons because he only had one daughter, right?
As far as he knew, he only had one daughter. Who knows how many other prostitutes he visited?
I just thought about something. It's possible there's a parallel between the story of Joseph and the story of Baal, and then the weeping that El does for over Baal, and then Jacob does over Joseph.
No, I can see that. That makes some sense.
And because he returns, I think there might be sign there, but super speculative. Let's see. Where are we at? And all his sons and all his daughters rose up and comforted him, and but he refused to be consoled or to be comforted, and said, because Ered El-Bani, said that he said that I will go down to my son. I will go down mourning my son to I will go down mourning. Let's see. Let me think. I will go down. Oh wait, that I'm saying that I will go down to my son, lamenting but literally lamenting. I will go down to Sheol, and I will weep. And he wept for him, and his father wept for him. So interesting. What do you think this is supposed to mean? Is it saying that he's going to go down? Is he going down to Sheol, or is it saying that he's going to basically die mourning for his son? He won't be able to.
I was interpreting it as to die mourning. Yeah, his son's gonna go down while he's mourning for his son.
No. Here it's saying, no, I will go down mourning to my son. It's saying I will go it's not saying I will it's not saying I am mourning for my son who is in Sheol. It's saying, no, I will go down. I will go lamenting. I will go down to my son in Sheol. It's saying
if you put it like that, that sounds like a descent.
Yeah, no, I mean the word here, ered, is from the root yarad, which means to descend, or to go down, descend, decline, march down, sink down. It's the same root as Yarden. The Jordan River means the river that flows down, basically. So it's literally saying, I will go down, or I will descend to my son. Here, Avel is talking about him. So I will lamenting, because it's here it says, I will go down mourning to. Really, the way that Hebrew is, you can switch around a lot of the words, and so long as you make sure that what word is directed at what, you can keep the same meaning even if you switch the words around a little. But here, so he's literally saying, I will descend down to my son, whilst I am mourning, or I basically I will go down mourning to my son, to Sheol, because it's not saying my son who is in Sheol. It's saying I will go down to my son, and then the Sheolah means to Sheol, and and he wept for. So I'm gonna look at commentary, but I feel like there's two definite. That's funny. I'll talk to Frito-Lay and Snack Packs is giving me the munchies. Prepare the unleavened breads. More like the show breads. That's what will really give you the munchies. But yeah,
I was going to say that has to be some really good pot to get the munchies for matzah.
just infuse the matzah. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there's two parallel traditions here. There's that of Jacob going down to Sheol, and that of Jacob essentially saying that he's going to live the rest of his life and eventually die and go to Sheol, all while he's still mourning for Joseph. And I feel like that's probably the more orthodox interpretation, because you're not supposed to be able to go to Sheol and come back.
Well, you're also not supposed to be able to wrestle God into a tie, and Jacob did that too. So
True. Let's see.
doesn't sound like Jacob knows his limits very well.
Let's see. What's the commentary on this? All right, let's see. Ki ered el b'ni she'ula. The word el, usually translated as to, in this case means the same as all, on account of. Yaakov foresees that he will wind up in his grave still mourning over having been the cause of his beloved son's tragic and premature death. What? I don't quite understand where they're going with that.
They were going with your interpretation of he's going to die mourning, and he's one of the reasons he's going to die is he sent Joseph to his death by sending him after his brothers. Tag.
Oh, what the dude? This is what? The Dats Kanim, the knowledge of the elders on Genesis. Yeah, this part. And all his daughters, according to Rabbi Yehuda, twin sisters had been born for Yaakov with the birth of all his sons. These had been married by married by their respective half brothers, but literally married off to their respective half brothers, sons of different mothers, according to the opinion of Rabbi Nehemiah. Holy crap! All the sons married wives of Canaanite origin. Wow. So indirectly, this tradition is basically saying that the Israelites were Canaanites, dude. This is wild.
Well, it's also kind of saying that their family tree goes straight up.
It's not funny.
I know. But it's like, dear Lord, it's like you're making up daughters for him having in order just to marry them off to their brothers. It's like, what the hell?
Honestly, at this rate, I would not even be surprised if the Irish were part of Israelite. You know why I say that?
Well, there are lots of reasons. I don't know why you're specifically saying it. Why?
Because there's the whole belief that there might have been a connection, but beyond that, that the Irish did a lot of family marriage.
Well, again, it's part of that is they have that balance between the matriarchal and the patriarchal lineages in order to, determine leaders and, roles in the community and stuff. And Irish, women could divorce and stuff. They had lots of rights.
Sorry, let me finish chewing.
No problem. Yeah, no, that's one of those theories, like the Tuatha Dua Dan and the tribe of Dan. Some people try to build parallels and say that was part of it, especially with that would have been happening about the time of the Exodus. And there's the Irish story about Scota, being a princess of Egypt who ended up going up into Scotland and Ireland. Eponymous name for Scotland.
It's definitely interesting. So let's see. What else does this say? If we are correct, why does the Torah in our verse not speak of all his daughters-in-law? Rabbi Nehemiah, aware of this, would reply that in the whole world, daughters-in-law are referred to as daughters. Interesting. Bereshit Rabbah. Naomi in the book of Ruth certainly is not described as calling her daughters-in-law daughters. It is difficult to understand Rabbi Nehemiah, as we all know to what length Abraham had gone to prevent Yitzchak from marrying a wife of Canaanite descent. Yitzchak too had commanded Yaakov to not marry a woman of Canaanite descent, and had sent him all the way to Haran to avoid such a union. Nonetheless, Yehuda married a woman of Canaanite descent. Is this Barat Gever Tigro, the daughter of a businessman? According to Onkelos, Ish Kanani means businessman. Oh, come on. No. That is such a poor translation. Kanani, it should be spelled with a kof, not with a kaf. Wait, so what's this saying? So they were, so their mothers were saleswomen? I mean, like, what's it saying? Onkelos therefore accept the view of Rabbi Yehuda, who said that the twin daughters were born with all of Yaakov's sons. This is also how we have to understand Genesis 46:10. Vishual ben Shaul ben Hakananites, son of a female merchant, according to Rabbi Nechemiah. Dude, look at the lengths they're trying to go to say they're not Canaanites. It's hilarious.
Nope, no non-Canaanites in this family tree. No Canaanites in this tree.
Nehemiah's approach to the subject, there is no need for what sounds like far-fetched solutions to the problem. The word Kanani and Canaanite in either of the verses that bothered us are simply understood as elsewhere in the Bible as people of Canaanite descent. We do have a problem if we accept Rabbi Yehuda's interpretation lacking specific sources in the written text. The Talmud Tractate Yuma Folio 28 states that Abraham had voluntarily observed all the commandments in the written and oral Torah, even including the rabbinic commandment known as Eruv Tavshilin, a method of how to prepare food when the day after a festival is a Sabbath. Okay, let's get to it. He's also supposed to have observed the law of Yibum, marrying the widow of a brother who died without having ever had children. Compare Genesis 38:8, where Yehuda, Er's father, gave Er's widow Tamar to Onan, his brother, as a wife in order for him to become posthumously and vicariously a father. If these laws were operative prior to the Torah having been revealed at Mount Sinai to the Jewish people, how would Yaakov have married two sisters while the first sister had still been alive? Also, how could any of the sons of Yaakov have married their sisters? We could answer that although these laws were already known by tradition since Abraham's time, they had not become obligatory until after revealed at Mount Sinai. Our forefathers were free to choose the parts of the commandments they wished to observe voluntarily, even though they had been privy to them through the Holy Spirit. When the Talmud in Psachim, Folio 119, tells us of then the future afterlife, at the meal prepared by God for the righteous, that when Yaakov was being honored, presiding over the grace after the meal, he declined the honor, saying that seeing he had wed two sisters while both were alive, he was not worthy of that honor. Clearly, he considered what he had done as having been improper. It is possible to argue that having been aware that what he had done would qualify for penalty if he would do so after the revelation of Mount Sinai. He felt that he deserved at least a minor penalty. If he decided in favor of committing an act deserving of a minor penalty, he did so because he wished to marry only wives who were personally righteous, and these were hard to find, especially considering the age at which he had a chance to get married. As it turned out, even one of these two sisters, who was a righteous woman, did not by herself bore for him all of the 12 tribes. Interesting. See if I can find anything else.
Again, Jacob's a complicated man. Nobody understands him but his women.
All right, let's see. Okay. To the grave. She'elah means down below, to the grave. Here, the one who translated the Bible for those who erred in translating She'elah as to hell. Proof of his mistranslation is for the netherworld. Sheol cannot praise thee. They that go down to the pit cannot hope for thy truth. Also in Psalm 139:8. Heaven is the antithesis of Sheol. Is this vis-a-vis? I'm not sure. If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in the netherworld, Sheol, behold, thou art there. Similarly, Job states the netherworld Sheol is naked before him. Job 26:6. There are also other verses which proves that Sheol does not refer to hell. Okay, but how come it's saying that he's going to go down? Is it saying he's going down alive or what? Let's see. Let's see. The Torah also hints that Jacob did not view his inability to console himself as a sign that Joseph was not dead, though we have a rule that one who is unable to console oneself when the person mourned is not wait, what? Though we have a rule that one is unable to console oneself when the person mourned is not actually dead, the reason Jacob could not accept comfort was that he viewed himself as condemned to descend to Sheol, to purgatory, because of a tradition. Compare Rashi quoting a Tanhuma on Vayigash. He had that as long as none of his children would die during his lifetime, he could rest assured that he himself would not descend to purgatory. What? This is interesting, but I'm not going to lie, I don't understand it. Okay, this is interesting. All his sons, these are his actual sons, all his daughters, refers to Dinah and Zerach, the daughter of Asherah. He refused to be comforted. Is it just saying the same thing? Interesting. His daughter and daughters-in-law, who were like daughters to him, embraced Rabbah. Rabbi Yehuda is quoted as saying that a female twin had been born with each of Yaakov's sons, and that they marry their respective half-brothers. Dude, that's some mythologic stuff right there, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely Ogdad stuff, where the brother and the twin sister are married.
Interesting. Yeah, I have no clue what you mean by this. Madam CEO of Ho House, what? Anyway, in commenting on the words, Vikol Banotav says that actually Yaakov had only one daughter, i.e. Dinah, but that he wished he had already buried her, as the fact that she had been raped was something he found it hard to live. Okay, that's dark. At any rate, we need not take the text so literally, as most people describe their sons-in-laws and as sons and daughter-in-laws as daughters. I will mourn for him. Yeah, Sheol until the grave. I will mourn for him the rest of my life. Interesting. Here, I'm just going to go up to, where was this other one? I'm going to take a picture of that quote. That's just so wild, dude, though, that apparently they married Canaanites, making basically all the children of Israel were by default Canaanite. So,
Are you saying you're not buying that they married their twin sister story?
no, their twin sisters were Canaanites. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, but Jacob didn't marry a Canaanite.
No, that's what it's saying.
Well, if their twin sister wouldn't be a Canaanite, then would they?
Maybe it just means that they were born at the same time, that they were twins in that regard, not literal twins.
Oh, okay. I suppose. Again, to me, the site kind of seems like, I don't know. They seem to just sort of be pulling this out of Sheol, as far as I can tell. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, it could just refer to two children of Jacob born at the same time.
Yeah, but if Jacob only has non-Canaanite wives, the kids aren't going to be Canaanites.
Let's see if I can find any of this. see. Let's see. See. Sons of Jacob married their sisters. Why can I not find anything on this? On YouTube, at least. Oh, happy 420, by the way. You there?
Yeah. Happy 420.
Let's see what I can find. Now let's just continue. Midani, and the Midanim, it should be Midianim. Yeah, that's strange how it vocalizes it here. It's not Midanim. And the Midianites sold him, Joseph, to the Egyptians, who sold. Sold him out to Egypt, to Potiphar, the Saris, or the what's the word? Like the vizier official can also be eunuch, but because he was married, that doesn't really make much sense. The official of Pharaoh, the Sar ha-Tavachim, his master chef, maybe master executioner, cook, bodyguard, guardsman. It doesn't really specify. Tavach, I guess steward is how it interprets it. Chief steward. Anyway, so here. So, give me 1 second. Let me see what I can find on that, because there's got to be something. In the meantime, here we can just watch a bit of this, and also I'm going to have a bit of my donut because it's Hanukkah.
So we said yesterday that Reuven goes back to the what do you call it? And Yosef is missing because the brothers have sold him. Now, what's interesting is that the first person that they sell him to, it's on page 204. Who is the first group they see? The Yishmaelim. Now, what's really interesting is that there's a remarkable concept here. Do you remember Yishmael when Sarah Imenu decides that Yishmael has to be thrown out of the house? Do you remember why she says he has to be thrown out of the house? It wouldn't be a negative influence on Yitzhak. What was he doing? Page 96, top of the page. Vateres Sarah es ben Hagar hamitzris asher yoldu leAvraham mitzachek. She saw he was mitzachek. Now, what is mitzachek? And because he was mitzachek comes from laughter. He was the art school translated as mocking. Mocking is a bold translation. Mitzachek means he was playing around, he was sporting, he was laughing. I wouldn't have translated as mocking, but it's a valid translation. But then look what Rashi says, top Rashi on the right column. Mitzachek loshon avodas kochavim. It's an expression used with idol worship. We find a pasuk that associates it with idol worship. Second line, last word on the line of Rashi, davar acher loshon ritzicha. It's murder. And then he quotes a pasuk to ratify that. And then he says in the second line, davar acher gilui arayos, immorality. So for each one, he says, mitzachek, we find a verse associating mitzachek with idol worship, immorality, and murder. I mean, sorry, Mano takes a look at Yishmael. She says, I don't like it. I don't like that he's either doing it or he's got the potential to do it. But that's what Yishmael represents. Gemara says, somebody who speaks Lashon Hara raises his Averas. It's difficult. It says, Megadel Avonos.
Averas are like
speaking Lashon Hara is parallel to idol worship, immorality, and murder. I mean, them's fight man's words. Right? Well, I spoke Lashon Hara, idol worship, immorality, and murder. Why should that be? If somebody, anti-Semite, pulls a gun on you and says, commit idol worship or I'll kill you, you have to give up your life, right? It says, commit immorality, I'll kill you, you have to give up your life. It says, speak Lashon Hara, I'll kill you. It's like, oh, what would you like to know? You know, personal life, private life, business life, anything you want. You don't have to give up your life not to speak Lashon Hara. So how could the Gemara say, well, if you speak Lashon Hara, it's parallel to the three cardinal sins? I mean, that's pretty severe. So the Chavetz Chaim explains the explanation. That's a statement in the Gemara. The explanation is like this. The way God works is what we speak about all the time. Mida keneged mida, you get what you deserve. Now, if theoretically it's possible, the person worshipped idols, committed all three cardinal sins, but he doesn't speak Lashon Hara. Strange person. He does everything in the book, but he won't say anything bad about anybody, right? He murders somebody, but won't say anything bad about the guy. Right? So what happens is every time you do an Avera, you commit a prosecuting angel. Every Avera, every mitzvah you do, you create angels that defend you. You create angels that speak favorably for you. If you commit an Avera, every time you do an Avera, then you are creating negative angels. Now, they can only prosecute you if they have a mouth to talk in court. If you're a person who doesn't speak Lashon Hara, there's a piece of tape. You've created these horrific angels, but they all have tape on their mouth. They can't talk because you don't talk. So the instant you speak Lashon Hara, what have you done? You've activated them. In other words, when you speak Lashon Hara, you have now activated, you've energized those angels that you've created in whatever area it is, and it might be idol worship and murder. And as soon as they take the tape off, you took your own tape off because you spoke Lashon Hara. Up until that point, they couldn't prosecute you. Okay, that's whatever that means exactly. What it means is that somehow you're energizing it. Now, what were the brothers accusing Yosef of over here? What was Yosef's flaw? What was Yosef's flaw over here? Yosef's flaw was the Lashon Hara. So since Yosef's flaw was Lashon Hara, who is it that he gets sold to? A bunch of Yishmaelim. Yishmael, who is guilty of Lashon Hara, is the one of the three cardinal sins. So Yosef, who's speaking Lashon Hara, according to the brothers, and is guilty of three cardinal sins, or activating them, gets sold to the Yishmaelim, who are, what's really amazing is, if you look up the Gemara, the statement in the Gemara that somebody speaks Lashon Hara is parallel to the three cardinal sins. The statement is made by Tana, the Bey Rebbe Yishmael. There's a Rebbe Yishmael in the Gemara. He's the one who makes the statement. So somebody who speaks Lashon Hara is what do you call it? Is guilty of the three cardinal sins. It's Tana, the Bey Rebbe Yishmael. Rebbe Yishmael is the name you find in the Gemara. There are people Tanaim named Yishmael. Rebbe Yishmael was a very common sparring partner with Rebbe Akiva. Rebbe Akiva, one of his chavrusas, one of the people he argues with.
Why did he get named after Ishmael?
Because Yishmael at the end of his days did tshuva. He did tshuva. He died at, Rashi says he died at Tzaddik. So that's why some people, they named it. Nowadays, I don't know. Nobody that I know is named Yishmael. I don't know a Jew named Yishmael. It could be that after a certain period of time when we had trouble with the Ishmaelim, so nobody named their kids. I don't know anybody named Haman either. You know, Haman Goldstein. I never met a Haman. You know, I never met a Haman. There is Nimrod. Nimrod is a popular Israeli name, and Nimrod, the Torah says, was a rat. Adolf, yeah, Adolf was a popular. I don't know. And I knew a guy in Shul named Adolf, and I remember a secular guy I used to play ball with, and I remember him telling me that his father's name was changed from Adolf to Ellen because Adolf wasn't a popular name in the United States in the 50s. So there were not too many Adolfs, right? But what do you call it? Nimrod is a very popular, was, I don't know if it's still a popular name, but like my wife said, name me a kid Nimrod, like naming a kid him Haman. And I get that Nimrod. I actually had some secular relatives up north, completely detached from Judaism, completely, no connection. And we always managed, my brothers and I always managed our family, tried to keep some sort of, so we once up there, somebody had died, so we went up there to comfort the mourners. So therefore, their brand of sitting Shiva wasn't quite the, they kind of informally sat Shiva. And then we were sitting in a room, my brother and I are sitting there, and we're meeting some like distant relatives. Somebody's introducing, and I remember he says, "This is David." He introduces David, and he introduces somebody else. Yeah, this is Guy. And all of a sudden, this little kid comes, a 1-year-old baby comes crawling across the floor and says, "I'm Zed Nimrod." Right? Little Nimrod comes crawling across the floor. And my brother and I did not make eye contact. We just could not make. If we would have made eye contact, we would have either started laughing or crying. I'm not sure which one, but we just. And my mother had told me that there was a Nimrod somewhere in the family. But when you see it, a kid comes crawling, a really cute little kid. There's Nimrod. It's like naming a kid Homa. So you would never get something like that. Reuven goes back. 206, and Reuven is panicked. Get something like that. Reuven goes back. But when you see it, a kid comes crawling, a really cute little kid. There's Nimrod. It's like naming a kid Homa. So you would never get something like that. Reuven goes back. 206. And Reuven is panic stricken because he realizes he's the one who's going to have to go to Yaakov Avinu and let him know. But Reuven also understands there's another reason he's going to be blamed. Why should Reuven feel that he's going to be blamed more than anybody else? Reuven senses that he's going to be blamed over here. Why Reuven more than anybody else? So it's natural that the firstborn is responsible. That's true, but take it a little deeper. What does Yaakov seem to be doing with Yosef all along? He seems, by choosing him and giving him the cloak and everything else, he seems to be making him the man. And up until now, who's supposed to be the man? Reuven's supposed to be the man. And he's making Yosef the man by giving him who's got the most motivation? Who should have, by rights, who should have the deepest hatred? It's Reuven. Reuven says, if anybody's going to be suspected over here, I'm going to be blamed because I'm the one responsible. I'm the oldest one. And more than that, if anybody's suspect over here, it's me who's going to be suspect because I'm the one who stands the most to lose here. Because I'm really supposed to be the firstborn. And therefore, Reuven is panic stricken. So what do the brothers do? Vayikhu es ksones Yosef. They take Yosef's ksones. Vayishchatu seir izin. They shecht a goat. Vayitbulu es uketones badam. They dip it in blood. And Rashi says, why did they choose a goat? Rashi says, because a third line of Rashi, for right column, Damo dome lishel adam. The blood of the goat it looks like human blood. It's similar to human blood. So this will be the form of deception. And then they're going to take. So what do? Vayishalchu es ksonos hapasiv ve'aviu el avim. They send it to their father. Vayomru zos matzana. This is what we found. Hakir na haksonos bin chayimo. Recognize it. Is this your son's garment? Vayakira. Yaakov recognizes it. Vayomer ksonos bini. It is his son. Chayara chalos, who's been consumed by a wild animal. Torah of Yosef. Yosef's been. How did that get translated? Yosef's been torn to bits. So what do the brothers do? They dip it in a goat's blood. Rashi says, well, goat's blood looks like human blood. Okay. I don't know how much. Yeah, I guess. But you see, there's also a tremendous defense over here for the brothers. The defense over here. The brothers are covering their tracks in more ways than one. They'll send in the cloak with that. What if Yaakov gets through it? What if Yaakov goes, say, this is very suspicious. This isn't human. This is goat's blood. What if he blows their cover? What were you trying to do, guys? Trying to deceive me? What's their defense? Dad, you also deceived your father using goats, right? Listen,
Well, Graham, you were spot on.
Either you could or you can't. And remember, this goes back to what Lavan did to Yaakov also. What Leah said to Yaakov also when she deceived him, and Yaakov discovers it's Leah, and she says, "Hey, why'd you deceive me?" He says, "Well, is there a Rebbe who doesn't have a disciple? I mean, I learned from you. You deceived your, So you understand. So there's a fallback plan over here in case he blows our cover. So at a minimum, we could say, well, we thought it was okay to do this. Now, of course, it's chutzpah. I mean, listen, selling your brother is not a no pride, no mitzvah either. The whole thing is not, you're not doing the right thing over here, but like you try to cover your tracks as much as you can. The whole thing is, it's only a fallback plan, and Yaakov is deceived. Okay, now, Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman. You've heard Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman, who was the one who was killed by the Ukrainians in the ninth fort in the Holocaust. He was the main disciple of the Chafetz Chaim. Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman was the head of the Baranovich Yeshiva. So Elchanan Wasserman writes in one of he asks the following question: why is it that all through Jewish history there have been blood libels? So Elchanan Wasserman writes in one of he asks the following question: why is it that all through Jewish history there have been blood libels? What was the nature of a blood libel? It was always the same thing. Jews have killed a Christian child and put the blood where? In the matzah. Pesach was always that there were blood libels against Jewish communities. There have been blood libels all through history. As recent as, I think, 1950 in Russia, there was a blood libel. And it's always the same thing. The Jews have killed a Christian child and taken the blood and used the blood. Now, you stop and think about the ridiculousness of that claim. Number one, Jews don't kill. Number two, Jews don't use blood, human blood. And number three, of all things,
Well, he should specify Jews aren't supposed to kill, rather murder. Like, there's killing in self-defense, but the point is Jews aren't supposed to murder. But Jews also aren't supposed to worship more than one God and aren't supposed to do plenty of things. And because Jews are human, they inevitably do some of the things they're not supposed to.
Definitely, but again, it's pretty clear that a lot of the cases of blood libel, a lot of the cases at minimum, were based off of just hysteria.
In a lot of cases, there was real justified anger, but the problem is they took that justified anger and then they redirected it at Jewish communities. Because, in a lot of cases, there were children who were killed. The thing is that people just look to the outsider in order to blame them, rather than, in a lot of cases, there's a lot of evidence that sexual abuse was probably bound up with a lot of these cases, and it's possible that some of it goes back to the Catholic Church, and so they just covered it up. And again, not to say that this was some institutional thing that the Catholic Church was trying to blame Jews with a blood libel. They actually actively tried to fight against it, but you had individual Catholic priests who were trying to gain power and influence and used blood libel in order to do that. It was basically I've got an insider story. It's basically like the equivalent of tabloids or the bottom of the barrel conspiracy theories that are so obviously fake, but it draws in enough people and you're able to make money off of selling people that.
Yeah, a child's gone missing. Go find me a Jew.
Yeah,
they did it. Yeah.
whole thing matzah. You ever been in a matzah baking factory? Matzah baking factory. Look at a box of matzahs. There's ingredients: flour, water. That's what it says on the box. There's nothing in, no preservatives, no salt, no sugar, no nothing. And people are absolutely in a matzah factory when you're baking matzahs, hand matzahs. You have to scrape your fingernails between each set of matzahs. They're so careful that nothing mixes in. Of all the ridiculous bloodline, of all the ridiculous, what do you call it? In the fame, right? Absolutely ridiculous. And they've persevered for a couple thousand years.
It would also be red.
What's that? Yeah, we're right. So if you told me, the Jews killed the Christians, they took blood, they put it in the chalt. Okay, who knows what goes in the chalt? Yeah, it's got that brownish color. Yeah, it's got that brownish color a little bit. I've seen stuff in chalt that it's unidentifiable. Okay, so they put some blood in. All right, okay, they put it in the gefilte fish. If you're ever missing your shoes, check the gefilte fish. It got ground up and tossed into the gefilte. Who knows what they put in? The matzah of all things, the most ridiculous thing, there was one of the most famous blood libels, and I think it was in 1912. There's a little Jewish man named Mendel Bayless. Mendel Bayless looked like he stepped out of Jew.
So this is actually really wild, but there actually had to be, there were rulings in medieval Europe that it was acceptable to use white wine for Passover wine. because there were people who were saying that the red wine that Jews were using for Passover was the blood of Christian children. And at the end of the day, how are you going to prove to someone that it's not? Because like it's really messed up. But if someone truly believes that, they're not going to listen to anything you have to say. And the only way they'd be able to tell differently is to drink it themselves. And if they believe that it's blood, they're not going to drink it. So ultimately, you're kind of just at an impasse. It's something that lives in their minds, but only in their minds. Whereas with something like white wine, it's like, oh, how on earth are you going to say there's blood in this? And then, of course, knowing, today's culture, people would find something else that they would say is in the white wine. But like the point is that it's easy to see a connection between red wine and blood, especially because it's something that the Catholic Church literally indoctrinated into people. And I don't think it's inherently bad. It's only inherently bad when you start using that in order to say that other people drinking wine are drinking blood of humans. But it's like, oh no, but we who literally believe that this is the blood of a human and also God, like that's totally okay. But whenever we accuse someone else of drinking blood and they aren't even drinking blood or believing they're drinking blood, all of a sudden, there's no way to dispel those myths just because of the way that it hooks into people's minds like a parasite, like the idea itself.
No, definitely you're onto something there. And again, I think they're taking a different approach with the white wine because, like you say, it's not like it's hard to argue that they put something in it. I think the approach they take instead would be those Jews are using the white wine and as just a shield because they turn around and at midnight have a dark evil one with the blood at midnight. They just have a second one later. I think that's the way they go, Ariel.
Let's be real. They were just having Bloody Marys. I'm joking. You didn't have tomatoes until the quote unquote discovery of America. But no, I mean, it's honestly so wild what people will believe if someone gives them a reason to believe it, even if it's not a legitimate one.
Oh, and just the the mental circles and that they'll jump through in hoops in order to try to justify that belief. Yep.
Yeah.
They put it, the matzah of all things, the most ridiculous thing, there was the one of the most famous blood libels, I think it was in 1912. There's a little Jewish man named Mendel Bayless. Mendel Bayless looked like he stepped out of Jewish Accountants magazine. A little guy with round glasses, couldn't kill a fly. And Mendel Bayless was accused of killing a regular blood libel. So they had the famous Bayless-Mendel trial. Eventually, he was acquitted. So Mendel Bayless was on trial. They called in the non-Jewish maid as a character witness in the court case, as a character witness for Mendel Bayless. She said, "Look, I've been working in this Jewish home for years, and Mrs. Bayless, when she opens an egg, if she sees one spot of blood on the egg, she throws the egg out. Jews are not using blood in matzahs. They don't have blood. Jews have such an aversion to blood. One little spot, and she'll throw out an entire egg." That was her testimony. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's literally
why have blood libels persevered for thousands?
If you prick your finger on something, you're not supposed to put it in your mouth. You're not supposed to suck on the blood because that's seen as it's funny because that's actually where the Jehovah's Witnesses get their idea of not using blood products. Is because you're not supposed to consume blood in your stomach. It has nothing to do with anything else, but just by nature of that, it's I don't know, it's just so wild how if someone even looked at Jewish law for a second, they would realize that so much of this stuff is impossible. And then, I mean, you could always argue, oh, well, it's a group of Jews who aren't following Jewish law, but it's but the accusation that people always make is, again, well, at least traditionally has been against Jews who are following Jewish law and accusing them of not following God's law and, implying that, oh, they're not right with Jesus, therefore they're following Satan or something. There's all this ridiculous bullshit that people will come up with.
Well, I thought one of the points was that no Jew follows Jewish law entirely, right?
Well, I guess technically there's some who do, but realistically, yeah, it's impossible. And that's why there's Christians who think, well, because it's impossible, therefore you shouldn't try at all.
Yeah, it's like the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible is a story of, Jewish people who are supposed to be following God's law, they don't, and then they face the consequences.
Basically, fuck around and find out.
I told you not to do it. You did it. Now you're going to find out what happens.
Without an iota of truth, especially since we know that for a lie to carry for any lie to be successful, there's got to be some element of truth in it. Otherwise, people go, why is it? So Rabbi Chanan Wasserman writes, it's a punishment for this over here. Because the brothers deceived Yaakov by dipping the cloak in blood, that activated a decree against the Jewish people that through history, Jewish people are going to suffer the blood libels. A remarkable thing. The blood libel doesn't make any sense at all. They killed a Christian child. So that's what used to happen when they find a dead Christian child. The Jews killed him. Right? That was always how the blood libels are. They find the Jews killed him, and they must have used the blood for what he called. That was how the blood libels persevered. It made absolutely no sense. That's what Rebbe Chanan Wasserman says here. Okay, so they sell Yosef, and they find the Jews killed him, and they must have used the blood for what he called. That was how the blood libels are. They find the Jews killed him, and they must have used the blood for what he called. That was how the blood libels persevered. It made absolutely no sense. So that's what Rebbe Chanan Wasserman says here. Okay. So they sell Yosef, and Yosef is sold to Potiphar, a man named Potiphar. Now, the next section of the Torah, next section of the Torah has to do with Yehuda and Tamar, where Yehuda goes off, and there's a whole episode. We don't have time to go into that now. I want you to skip to page 212. Okay, we're going to go back to we're going to go on to Yosef in Mitzrayim, because there are several extremely important lessons over here.
Okay, we're not there yet. That's next episode. So let me just take this dab. We'll just continue with this until I'm ready, and then.
As if to say, what? Will you betroth me? To which Yehuda responded by saying, I will send the kid. She then said, only if you give a pledge, your seal, your cloak. This means the ring that you use as a seal, so that he betrothed her with a ring. And as Rebbe explains, that many see this, or some at least commentators see this as our common day mitzvah that we do with a ring. This is the source. This week's Sikha, the Rebbe says, Balatesa suggests that Yehuda betrothed her with this ring, that by giving Tamar his signet ring to Judah, Yehuda betrothed her. This serves as a source for the custom to betroth with a ring. The Talmud actually records a conversation between the two. And Yehuda asks her, "Are you an idolater?" She says, "Are you not an idolater?" Actually, the Hebrew word. I have to take a look. A non-Jew says, "No, I'm a convert." Or perhaps you're married. Says, "No, I'm an unmarried woman." Maybe your father betrothed you without your awareness. Says, "No, I'm an orphan." Or perhaps then you're impure. Says, "No, I am pure." In other words, Yehuda went to great lengths to ensure that there was nothing wrong with this union. Now, that's from Yehuda's point of view. Tamar, on her point of view, the Malbim writes, one of the commentators, he says that Shelah was the third son of Yehuda, was frightened to marry Tamar, and actually had some legal recourse not to marry her or to be the levirate marriage, because the first two brothers had died. And therefore, he rejected her. This is how she understood things. And therefore, being rejected, she's free to remarry her next potential husband. And who could that be from the family? Yehuda. Yehuda. So it turns out that Yehuda and Tamar indeed unite in marriage. And this is the
In other words,
he gives, including the ring.
Oh my God, I feel so horrible for saying this, but I also feel horrible if I don't say this. So in other words, in regards to Tamar, Judah's a bit of a dilf.
It kind of looks that way.
So the question that we need to understand, at this point, there was no established precedent to effect a marriage by a gift of a ring. So where does this idea come from? Why?
Honestly, so I think I'm going to try something new today. going to try and do what they do a bit more. So here. So Vayehi ba'et ha'hi Vayered Yehuda met Achayav Vayet Adish Adulami Shemo Chira. And so it was at that time that that Judah or Yehuda went down, descended a little to his brothers. Went from his brothers. Yeah, went from his brothers, left his brothers, and he stretched out or encamped Adish Adulami near like in the proximity of an Adulamite man, and his name was Chira. And what's Chira mean? Noble. Interesting. Chira, I think that might actually, this is saying it's from Chor, which means white stuff. Interesting. Chori, I don't know the context of this. Anyway, oh shoot, where were we? 38. Dang it. Any thoughts so far?
The white face of the mountain, the high shining hill, Hur as a mountaintop, high noble.
Oh, and it's also, well, there's like Hor, but it's interesting because Har means mountain. Hor means like the mountaintop.
Yeah, and that's in this, I forget whether it's Sumerian or Akkadian.
Mm-hmm.
Any potential relationship like snow-capped mountains? Because that would be white on top of mountains.
Yeah, I
Well,
think that's the context.
shining brow, just like sunstrike. Yeah.
I think it's likely it could have some context of that as well, though. Vayaresh Ham Yehuda Batish Kenani Vushemo Shua Vayikacheha Vayavo Aleya. And he saw there, there Judah saw the daughter of a Canaanite man, whose name was, and his name was Shua. Wait, so was the daughter of a certain Ushamo, and his name was Shua? Is the same father of Judah? Interesting. So Shua is just the father of the wife. It's and he took her, and he went into her. Vatahar vateled ben vayikra et shemo. And he, and she became pregnant and bore a son and called his name Er. And Er means, it means awake. Oh yeah, like Er means awake or waken. Vataharod vateled ben vatikra et shemo Onan. Yeah, I think I might just read it. And she became pregnant again, and she bore a son and called his name Onan. And Anan, strong, interesting, or vigorous. It's funny because of what Onanut means, or onanism. But Vatosef od vateled ben vatikra et shemo shela v'haya b'chziv blidta oto. Yeah, singing helps for whatever reason. And she increased again, and bore a son and called his name Shelah, and was at Kaziv when she bore him. It's weird that it says he was at Kaziv when she bore him. V'haya. It could just be and she was. I don't know why it says he was. Anyway. Vayikach Yehuda yishaler bechoro u'shema Tamar. And Yehuda took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. And Tamar means palm tree or date palm. Vayihier bechor Yehuda rabbeinu Adonai vayimitehu Adonai. But the firstborn of Judah, was evil in the eyes of Yahweh, and he slew him, and Yahweh slew him, or took his life, ended his life, killed him, all those things. Yamitehu, caused to die, or put to death, dispatched. Vayomer Yehuda leOnan bo el eshet achicha vayevem ota vehakem zera leachecha. And Judah said to Onan, go into the wife of your brother and perform levirate marriage, or what's the word? Do the duty, yabam. Do your duty to her and Hakem, and cause and provide. Stand up. What is this? Confirm, ratify, establish, impose, erect. To cause to rise the seed, to cause the seed of your brother to rise. Interesting how it translates.
Was that the evil brother that was dispatched?
What?
Was she the widow of the evil brother that was dispatched?
Yeah. Let's see, what's this say?
In a mysterious manner.
And raise seed to thy brother. The son will be called by the name of the deceased. This is Rashi's language, but this is not true. For in the time commandment of the Torah is likewise says, and it shall be that the firstborn that she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother that is dead, that his name be not blotted out of Israel. And yet the brother-in-law is not commanded to call his son by the name of his dead brother. In the case of Boaz, it says, moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Machlon, have I acquired to be my wife, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren and from the gate of this place. And yet she called him Oved, not Machlon. Moreover, it said here, and Onan knew the seed would not be his. Interesting. So, so where was I? Provide seed, cause the seed of your brother to rise. Or cause seed to rise for your brother. That sounds very strange. Vayeda Onan ki lo yeh hazara v'haya ba eleshet achiyav v'shichet arza levilti natan zera leachayav. And Onan knew that he would not be that the seed would not be his, and he was he was if if he went into the wife of his brother, and so he spilled it onto the ground so as not to give seed to his brother. Levirate. It's so interesting. Yeah, so as not to. Vayera b'nei Adonai asher asa vayamet kamoto. And what he did, and he did evil in the eyes of Yahweh, and and that which he did was evil. That which he did was evil in the eyes of Adonai, and he died also him, and he killed also him. It's interesting. For whatever reason, the sons of Judah are getting singled out by God.
Dispatched in some mysterious manner, unspecified.
Yeah. Vayomer Yehuda letamar kalato shevi alamana bedavi ad yigadal shela beni ki amar fen yamut gam hu kechayav vatelech Tamar vateshev bet avia. And Judah said to Tamar, Kalato Shavi, remain as a bride, almana, a widowed bride. To his daughter-in-law, Kalato, remain as a widow in the house of your father, until my son Shelah grows up. Because he said, lest he also die. And he said, lest he die also, he like his brothers, and he went to Tamar and returned her to the and so Tamar went and returned to the house of her father. Vayirbu hayamim v'Tamar bat Shua shet Yehuda vayinachem Yehuda vayahal gozezei tzeono hu v'chirarehu ahadu lami timnata. So let's see, and Yarvu, and the days increased, and many days, and many days, or a long time, Vitamat, Vitamat bat Shua, the daughter of Shua, died, the wife of Yehuda, and Yehuda was and he comforted, and Yehuda comforted himself, and Vial al Gozazeh, and upon I guess it's saying the period of his mourning, or he was comforted, but that's literally what it was. Judah Judah went up to shear the sheep flock, and he and 𐤅𐤉𤐿, his friend, his companion, the Adulami, they went to Timnatah. They went to Timnah. It's interesting though how this is not just Timnah. Oh, because it's already Timnah, so it has to become Timnatah in order to say that to go to Timnah. ויוגד לתמר לאומר, הנך מכל תמנתה לגוז צאנו. And Tamar was told, and it was told to Tamar, saying, "Behold, chamicha." What is this? Cham? Interesting. This is fascinating. Apparently, cham can also mean father-in-law and husband's father. It doesn't only mean hot or warm. So cham could also mean father-in-law or husband's father. But anyway, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his flock. Vetasar bigdei almunota me'aleya vetakas batayif batait alaf vateshev בפתח עיניים אשר הדרך תמנתה כי ראתה כי גדל שלה והיא לא ניתנה לא לאישה. ותסר בגדי. And she turned aside, or like removed the clothing of widowhood from upon her, and she covered Ba'atzif in a shawl, a wrapper shawl veil. She covered herself in a shawl, Titalaf, and she veiled, enwrapped oneself. She disguised herself. And she, Teshev is saying, she dwelt at the entrance, bepetach einayim asher, at the, what is this? At the opening of the eyes? Oh, wait, Viteshev, and she remained, or she left aside, bepetach, at the entrance, or at the opening of einayim, of the eyes. I wonder if what this is saying is that, I'll bet you there's a translation that here what it's saying is that rather than that she sat down at the entrance to einayim, yeah, I'll bet you others say in an open place or at the cross. What? No, come on. This could also be, let's see. I feel like this could also be a reference to that she had her eyes uncovered, but the rest of her face was covered. Are you getting that as well, potentially?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And was it possibly a temple?
What do you mean?
Temple prostitution?
I can neither confirm nor deny that. I'm not going to comment on that, and I'm going to hold off on any comments on that until we get to it. But you might be onto something. And by that, I mean you are onto something.
Opening of the eyes seems to be a kind of an enlightenment idea.
No. That what it's saying is the like the opening, not literally opening, but the like petach means like to open, or the like in this context it means the entrance of the eyes. But like within, it's right after talking about being veiled, so that's why let's see. But here's the reason why it gets let's see. Wait, could it be einayim? So and No, so here it understands it to be, and she dwelt at the entrance of a Naim that was on the Derech, on the path to Timnah. So that's why it gets interpreted that way, but I feel like it could be a double entendre.
It's kind of like a prostitute in the window.
Because Ra'ata ki gadal, because she saw because she saw that Shelah had grown and she was not given to him as a wife or for a wife. Wait, did I read that? Yeah, I read that whole thing. Wait, did I? That's a big day. Yeah, I did. Vayireha Yehuda vayachashevea lezona ki kista panea. And Judah saw her, and he yachasheva. She considered, or he thought to the for the prostitute, lezona, or he thought for fornication. Vayachasheva, and he thought of her. He thought of her as, or literally for, a prostitute, or for prostitution, because kista penea, because she covered her face. So the question is this covering her face in order that she isn't recognized as his daughter-in-law, or is it in order because that's how you do prostitution in that context?
I'm going option B.
Who was it that whose name meant awake?
One of the I think it's the first son.
And he was the prior husband of her.
Yeah.
The opening of the eyes to awake.
Interesting. Let's see. Yeah.
Whether that could maybe relate to like Eastern Gate or something, Sunrise District.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but here, I need to give my voice a tiny break and drink some water.
Why does Judah marry her with a ring? And why is this then serving as the source for all Jewish marriages thereafter? Again, according to some of the commentators. So what we're going to see in the signet ring that Yehuda gave is rich of symbolism that explain the idea of two halves of one soul that are reunited to become as one. Two opposites, male and female, unite and become one. And we will also see how this reflects it, not just in a relationship with another through marriage, right, between male and female, but also how that reflects in our lives of a weekday and Shabbos, and how those two things also come together as one. All right, are we good? Any questions? Yeah, are good, folks? Following?
Fine.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so let's return to Tamar's question. When Yehuda asked, what is the pledge that I should give you? She didn't say a ring. She said a seal. The Hebrew word for a seal is chasimcha. The conventional word for a ring is a tabas. So why she ask for a seal? Why not for a ring? Now we're talking about a signet ring. So it's a ring with a seal. What was the value, the importance for her to have a signet ring that has a seal as opposed to just a ring? What is the significance? So let's back up a moment. What happened over here in this union? What did this produce? Ultimately, it is the forerunner of Mashiach. The union here between the two Tamar and Yehuda, that she is pregnant and gives birth. She gives birth to a son by the name of Peretz that has a very distinct messianic ring to it. Let's continue the storyline. So the parsha continues and tells us the time of her birthing, behold, there were twins in her womb. When she was giving birth, one put out a hand, and the midwife tied a scarlet thread on his hand, saying, this one came out first. As he drew back his hand, behold, his brother came out, and she said, how you have burst forth, making a breach for yourself. And Yehuda called him Peretz. And afterwards his brother came out, on whose hand the scarlet thread, and he named him Zerach. So the Medrash picks up on the messianic overtones in the name of Peretz, which literally means who breaches, who ruptures the natural order of things, right? As we saw in the verse over here, Zerach came out first, but Peretz pushed his way and breached and came out before his brother. As the Medrash says,
Oh, what's it sound
and she
like?
said, how you have burst forth, making a breach for yourself. This is the King Mashiach, of whom it is written,
Jacob and Esau,
before them.
obviously.
Their king passed before them, and God was at their head. So the prophet Micha uses Peretz as a reference to Mashiach, as the name means a disruptor, one who breaches. And that's exactly what Mashiach does. Makes a disruption to the natural order of this world, to transform it from nature that seems to be been there, done that. It seems to be no change, sunrise, sunset. The world is cyclical. There is no change. And comes Mashiach and is going to disrupt it all and turn the world upside down. That which is down will then be on the upside, and that which is now on the upside will be on the downside. Today we honor wealthy people in money, and we frown upon humble people of soul. But that will be all turned around. The humble of soul will be on the top, and the wealthy will be on the bottom. That's the disruption of the world that will come. So this relationship between Yehuda and Tamar was no casual engagement, a meaningless one. It was just, a fling of the night. It wasn't. It was the future of royalty of the Jewish people that would be born from this relationship. So let's understand a little more deeply what went on in that relationship, which is really indicative of all relationships. So we've learned seduces, and we know about the 10 divine attributes. Right? There are two realities, the feminine and the masculine. Our world, where Mother Nature is seen to be in control, is referred to the power of Malchus, the last of the 10 divine attributes, and that is a feminine power. Right? It's the godliness that's found within the dimension of the limited world that comes from the feminine power of Malchus. It's like the nether mother that comes down to take care of her offspring. It's the Shekhinah that comes down to take care of creation. That's a feminine power, feminine energy, godliness within the world. But then there's a form of godliness that's beyond this world. It's called Zerach. Literally means small faces. It's often the abbreviation of Zoh. Zerach. That's the way the world is seen from God's perspective, which is supernatural. It's the abbreviation of Zoh. Zerach.
Zaw.
That's the way the world is seen from God's
Like
perspective,
it.
which is supernatural. It's focused on the way God sees it and not from our perspective of seeing the world.
What was the
That's
word for
masculine
the
energy.
feminine power?
So what do we have over here? We have two powers that are opposite one.
Sorry, what was that?
What was the word for the feminine power? Something like Melchus?
Malchut or Malchus. Malchus.
Does that
Mal-
relate to like queen at all?
It's the same root. The word for queen is malka or malkat. But yeah, like Malka is queen, Malkut is kingdom, and what was it? But the name for the feminine is Shekhinah. Shekhinah and Ze'ir and Pin.
Of the other. We have the supernatural and the natural. And what they need to do is actually unite as one. Our physical world should mirror the spiritual world. Meaning, a union between male and female is a union of Malchus and Zoh that is a reflection of that spiritual union. And this is the idea of a wedding. And this is what the previous Rebbe explains in the teachings of a mimer, of wedding mimer. So he says the groom is called the king, as we see in Pirkei Eliezer. The groom resembles the king, and the bride is called the queen, and the Surah of Malchus is called queen. The Zohar states a king without a queen is not a king, nor is he great. There is meant to be a union of the masculine and the feminine, as it is written, male and female. He created them, and God blessed them. For the groom and the bride take the form of the spheres of Zon Malchus. So, what happens above is reflected down here, and what happens down here. So what do we have over here in a practical sense? Feminine and masculine energy are represented in something of a cosmic event called childbirth. You know, intuitively, we feel that childbirth is something supernatural. The Talmud explains is because it takes three to tango. It takes mother and father and God. What does it mean? Why is that? Because think of it. You know, I mean, we're just used to it because this is part of the way of the world. But because there's a union between masculine and feminine, between father and mother, therefore there's a child that's born. I mean, how do we get there? Okay, so, you know, okay, well, again, we know that that's part of nature and the way of the world. But when you think about it, it's quite a supernatural thing. Because what we have here are energies that are supernatural of Zoh, and then the energies that are natural of Malchus. They unite together above, and that allows for the union down here below of male and female, that it should bring something godly. What is the godliest thing that could be done? Is to create life itself. That's why life is sacred, is because God is the force of all life, and that a mother and father can come together and create life is intuitively, we feel supernatural. We sense the awesomeness of what happens in the birth of a child and all aspects of it, because there is this supernatural union with the natural. They come together as one. And that's the important point over here. It's not just like, wow, this is a miracle, but it's a miracle that's happening in a natural manner, right? There's miracles that break the rule of law, and then there's miracles that are engaged with the rule of law. And that's really, in a sense, what a birth of a child is. Something supernatural, awesome, beyond, and yet within nature itself. Let's bring this all back to
It's actually a little bit terrifying.
We said that they named their child Peretz, right? And this is the son that will be the progenitor of the ultimate redemption of Mashiach. Because what are we talking about over here is a union between supernatural and natural. That's the uniting of Zoh and Malchus. And this is what Yehuda and Tamar embody, that union. And how do they make that union? Through the signet ring, because the signet ring is a combination of signet and ring. Let's explain. A ring is perfectly circular. which shows on the natural cycle of life, how everything repeats itself, right? Everything repeats itself is, in a sense, been there, done that, because I was at this point in the circle, that point I've experienced every point in the circle. That's the idea of a ring. And that's why a ring in Hebrew is called matbeya, which comes from teva, nature. Ring represents the cycle of life that is nature repeating itself. But Tamar didn't ask for a matbeya. And that was one of the questions we asked. Why did she ask for a ring? She asked for a signet ring. She asked for a chaisamcha. I want your seal, the seal that's on the ring, the signet ring. The seal, that represents a godly energy that transcends nature. The ring represents nature, the cycle of life. The signet is a godly energy that represents that godly energy that transcends nature. Let's understand. The signet, what is it? That's the stamp, right, on the ring. That's the authentication of, this person. I'm giving the stamp of approval of my ring, right? That's authenticating that it's, coming from the king. It's coming from whoever is authentic.
Also, it is kind of interesting. So on one hand, you have, so here, let's go back to it. But on one hand, you have, let's see, where is it? Let's see. Here it is. Yehuda. Yud Hey Vav Hey. Take out the Daled and Yehuda becomes Yahweh. Now, Tamar means date palm. And that was a symbol heavily associated with Asherah. So it's like there's clearly some mystical stuff that you can draw here. And I mean, I'm a bit willing to go beyond what most people would typically interpret because, I'm not afraid to be quote unquote heretical.
Well,
Even
I believe
though,
the date palm also being associated with Tammuz. Tamar.
maybe, I mean, like within that context, yeah, but generally is associated with Asherah just because of the connection with trees, like in a unique way that other gods aren't necessarily, but specifically because of the sustenance it provides and also the shade.
Yeah, and then the older tradition of Tammuz seems that her name Tamar may relate to also being date palm.
I don't know because the Tammuz is actually from Damuz.
Yeah. Cognate.
No, but like the argument is that Tammuz was actually the like later Aramaic name for the like older Damuzid or Damu.
Yeah, the traveling. And it could even also relate to maybe Aten.
I don't know. It's beyond my area of expertise.
Yeah, I saw two different areas worth noting here. One of them is the signet is carrying the clear indication of being the male component here. The ring being nature and the female, and then the signet on top being the male component. And that strong parallels to the whole logos concept with the idea of the signet being imprinting and the logos being imprinting on reality. That's one angle. And the other one that I noticed is parallels to the Egyptian myth of Ptah giving his authority over to Isis in his old age. Again, it's not as strong a one, but I noticed some parallels there. Tag.
And then the
Yeah.
other two items were a cord and a staff.
Yeah, I think so.
I like the crop and the flail.
Yep. And that would be, again, a little bit of an Egyptian tie as well.
I don't know because I haven't even gone to Egypt yet. I mean, it's also possible because you also have those motifs within. I mean, you have the measuring rod, which that could be a reference to the cord, or the what was it?
Flail.
No. What was it that Zero asked if it was said that there was that?
The crop and the flail, just the cord and the staff.
Yeah,
Staff.
the cord and the staff is a reference to Babylonian ways of measuring lands.
And
Could
the,
be. I was. Oh, go ahead, Zero.
and the bludgeon or crook of rulership.
Yeah, but where does it talk about? Because there's a separate word for scepter than there is for staff.
You could also see that as involving, planting it in the ground, measuring from the staff.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see where we.
I was going to say my last comment is I wouldn't sit there and rest too heavy on anachronism since they're talking a whole lot about camels.
And Canaan was part of Egypt pretty much at that point, right?
It had been back and forth. I mean, it certainly had been at some point in there. I don't know if it was a specific. Again, it depends when Jacob is living.
They already know what Egypt is when Joseph goes there.
Well, Abraham had already been there.
Okay, well, there you go, even further back.
Anyway, here I'm gonna read maybe like 5 and 5. I'll just make it faster. So, ויתעלה אל הדרך ויאמר הבה נבוא עלייך כי לא ידע כי כלתו היא ותאמר מה תיתן לי כי תבוא אלי ויאמר אנוכי אשלח גדיזים מן הצאן ותאמר אם תיתן ערבון עד שלחך ויאמר מה הערבון אשר אתן לך ותאמר חטאו חותמך ובאתי לך ומתך אשר בידיך ויתן לה ויבוא עליה ותהר לו ותקם ותלך ותשא צעיפה מעליה ותלבש בגדי אלמונתה וישלח יהודה את בגדי העזים ביד רעהו העודולמי לקחת הערבון מיד האישה ולא מצאה. And he stretched out from her. He interesting. It can be perverted, inclined, bent, bowed, pitched, turned. He turned to her he turned to her to the road and said, Habana, please give me Hava, please give. I will go into you because because he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. V'to omer. Oh, this is funny. V'to omer. Like v'to omer matiten. V'to omer. And she said, "What?" So here, Tamar, Vatam, like it doesn't say Tamar, but Vatamar Tomer. It's like here it's saying she's there, even though it's like not directly saying it through Tomer, because it's like Tamar is in there, but it's like hidden. Like, does that make any sense?
Definitely.
What will you give me if you go into me? Vayomer, and he said, I will deliver a goat kid from the flock. And she said, if you give me eravon, a pledge security, like insurance or collateral. And she said, if you give me collateral until Shelcha, you have sent it, or you have delivered it. And he said, what is this pledge or collateral? And that I can give to you. And she said, your seal and hetilech and your cord or thread, twisted cord. Yeah, it says as measuring line or for fastening. So yeah, it's definitely being associated with land, potentially saying like give me this which represents your land, or I don't know, and v'matecha, and your staff that is in your hand. And he gave it to her, and he went into her, and she became pregnant. Vitaka, and she what's that? And she got up, or when she got up and went, Vitasar, and turned or took off Seifa, the veil from upon her, and wore the clothing of widowship. And Judah sent a goat kid from the hand of his friend Adulami to take the insurance from the hand of the woman, and he could not find her. So it's interesting. He's like, "Yo, bro, can you spot me? I want to sleep with this prostitute." And so his friend's like, "Yeah, you can use one of my sheep." That's funny. Any thoughts?
So, where does this tradition of the veil indicating prostitution come in aside from this story?
I think I'm pretty sure it actually has to do, well,
Because now it's understood as this symbol of modesty, the opposite. And why wasn't it already then?
what do you mean?
The modesty of hiding one's beauty with the veil.
It's not necessarily about modesty. It can also be about ritual purity.
Symbol of the hymen.
What? No.
It's the veil they get. You know.
I mean, maybe on a certain level, but just more directly, this idea of of keeping that which is sacred hidden. It's not necessarily modesty so much as it is like this idea of that which is divine should not be seen by all.
Well, and to not wear it is immodest, is sharing and tempting, and the only other reason I could see is that so you don't see how ugly the prostitute is. I mean, come on. You don't get turned off when there's only one body part you're really concerned with.
So this is where it gets really interesting.
Now, I did have a quick comment. I'm assuming that he's using his friend's sheep for collateral and not using his friend's sheep instead of the prostitute tag.
Yeah. Oh, dude, come on. Of course you know the answer to that.
The way these people behave in these stories, you never know, Ariel.
Fair. Let's see. So here's where it gets really interesting and answers your question, Zero. וישאל את אנשי המקומה לאומר היק הקדשה היא בעיניים על הדרך ויאמרו לא הייתה בזה קדשה וישב אל יהודה ויאמר לא מצאתי וגם אנשי המקום אמרו לו הייתה בזה קדשה ויאמר יהודה תיקח לה בני אלבוס הנה שלחתי הגדי הזה אתה לא מצא אותה ויהי כמשלוש החדשים יגו ויוגד ליהודה לאומר זונתה תמר כלתך וגם מנהרה לזנונים ויאמר יהודה הוציאוה ותשרף היא מוצאת והיא שלחה אל חמיה לאומר לאיש אשר אללו אנוכי הרת ותאמר הכר נא למי החותמת והפתילים והמטה האלה and let's see and he asked the people of the place saying, yeah,
Where'd that hoe go?
Saying, where did the Qadesha that was at Enaim on the derech, on the path or on the road, and they said to him, there was here no Qadesha. So
Temple prostitute.
yeah. So the thing is, it only says before zona or like prostitute, but here it says Qadesha. So we're under the impression that he's under the impression, or rather we know that he's under the impression that she's a Qadesha. So if that's the case, why would Judah, such a righteous and, modest father of the tribe of one of the tribes of Israel, why would he not just sleep with the prostitute, but why would he sleep with the Qadesha?
Yeah, some pagan punani.
So let's see what the commentary is on this.
That's got the Qadesha merged with the temple prostitution, not just holy women.
Let's see.
Weeping for Tammuz is said at some point there at the temple.
Let's see. So Rashbam on Genesis 38 on 21:1. HaKadesha, the harlot, a woman who is always ready to have sexual relations with any male. The male equivalent of the term is found in Deuteronomy 23:18, where the Torah instructs the Jewish people not to tolerate this phenomenon, and in Kings 1 Kings 14:24, where the presence of such male prostitutes is acknowledged with the words "V'gam Kadesh Haya ba'aretz," and any Kadesh that is in the land. A phenomenon which surfaced immediately after the death of King Solomon. Interesting. HaKadesha, according to Rashi, means a woman who is devoted to mikdashet, and who is devoted to and who is ever ready for illicit intercourse.
And
That's
so that word, say deshet, kadesh. What's that desh? The at is the feminine part, right?
so the root is kadash.
Mm-hmm. And then
Shoot, one second. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. So the root kadash means to sanctify, to make holy, or to to sanctify something in the name of. So here you can see.
so is that a compound two word?
No, it means sacred, but let's see what it says here. Commentary.
So the esh part, I'm thinking of it being connected with Asherah, but is it also similar to or kadesh or kadesh?
No, eshet means woman.
What you say, esh?
Eshet means woman.
Okay, so yeah, Asherah.
Let's see. And Judah said, and Judah said, tikachla, tikach, take it for her, nihia, so that we, lavuz, hine, so that we are seen, lest we are seen in despisement or held in contempt. Shalachti, he sent his the clothing. He sent the kid. Hagidi, Shalachti. I sent her this goat kid, and you did not find her. Okay. And it was Camille Shlosh. Shilshol. Camille Mishlosh. And then Shilshom, I think, also means the same thing.
How about the syllable kad?
What? It means like. But it can also be like or about from 3 months or 3 months ago or 3 months later. Via God, Judah was told, saying, Zanta Tamar. Tamar has Zanta Tamar Kalatecha. Your daughter Tamar has prostituted Your daughter-in-law Tamar has prostituted herself. And also, behold, she is pregnant from or for her prostitutions, or for her fornications. And Judah said, Hotsiua, bring her to be burnt. Or what's this? Go out and cause her to be burnt. This is dark.
Yep, it shows the power differential for sure.
Yeah.
Double standard.
She was found and she was sent to her father-in-law, saying to the man that she saying to the man that was to him that was for him. I am pregnant. And she said, Haker not recognize this, or see this, examine this. This is the this is wait, ha'ela. Lemi ha'ela. So to who are these seal and cord and staff?
Dun, dun, dun. So, God as fortune. Think of the Frank Sinatra song, or his rendition, "Luck Be a Lady Tonight." Qadesha is Lady Luck, Lady of Fortune.
Where are you getting that from?
Qadesha.
What do you mean?
It's a compound word. Luck, lady.
Where are you getting that?
It just seems to be there. Fisha. You said Esha's woman, right?
No, Eshet. Aleph Shin Taf. But really it's from Isha, so it's Aleph Shin Hey. But wait, what was the first word you thought?
With Gad is luck, fortune, god of luck, fortune, related to the Cod part.
I mean, not anything I've found. The thing you have to keep in mind is that that there is no C in Hebrew, like I mean, the closest thing to a C there is a cough, and it wouldn't be a cough. The the thing is that like the connection between like God and Cod potentially would have to be through C and G being connected. Like for instance, Gaius and Caius being the same name, but you don't have any similar phenomenon in Semitic languages. The closest thing you have is Gimel and Daled potentially being connected, Daled and Resh being connected. But
should it be Qadesh or not? If it's
no, it's Kaddish, Qadesha.
Yeah, not.
But what I'm saying is that God has nothing to do with it.
Say not worried about the letter C, but the sound K. And the same articulation. Articulation of K is G when you add the voice.
Except it's not, because it's not Qadesha, it's Qadesha. A
little more of a click.
It's as different as as Aleph is from Ayin. They both can be used to make a similar sounding, but at the end of the day, it's the difference between A and Al.
Yeah, so it's subtle enough for there to be overlap. Yeah.
I really don't if you can find a connection between that. There's really the thing is that in Semitic you don't have that connection. That's something that happens as a result of Latin. But also,
presumably.
but also the lady of luck or the lady of fortune or of fate in the Semitic world, her name was Ashima. Like it just honestly, it feels
Yeah.
like this example. It's like you're like I mean I get it. Like it would feel cool if it does, but like even so, what connection is there between Qadeshas and this idea of a woman of fortune?
So Esha is lady,
Isha.
Isha. And then Ashima is the part of that that means woman, the Ashi.
No, uh, I mean you could argue that the same with Asherah, but it's really tentative. Like it's really hard to say. It's just at the end of the day,
It's like the B and the V, you know, I mean,
no. But
B and V are more different than those sounds are.
what sounds?
Odd, you know, the top, shop, you know, it's pretty close.
No, because you can make v, ava, 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 ava. It
B is bilabial with both lips. V is the top teeth to the lower lip.
v,
So
v, 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 v.
but is bilabial, two lips. V, I forget the term, alveolar,
Va,
or no, that's
va, va,
labiodental.
va. I'm telling you, like what probably is the case with Hebrew is that there's these primordial pronunciations which combine both pronunciations. Like for instance, rather than having ta or sa for taf, it was thaf, and instead of having vav or wow, it was wow, wow, wow.
Well, you have all the other, you know, Sumerian terms that have come in, you know, Egyptian stuff that, you know, like the hor, the chor, it's core, it's hor, you know, and yet they all have a related meaning, and they transcend the culture into a whole other culture. It's not a great leap.
Anyway, ויקהל יהודה ויאמר צדקה ממני כי על כן לא נתתיך לשלה בני ולא יספו לדעתה ויהי בעת לידה והנה תאומים ובטנה ויהי תאומים בבטנה ויהי בלתה ויתן יד ותיקחה מיילדת ותקשור על ידו שני לאומר זה יצא ראשונה ויהי כמשיב ידו והנה יצא חייו ותאמר מה פרצת עליה פרץ ויקרא שמו פרץ ואחר יצא חייו אשר על ידו השני ויקרא שמו זרח. Let's see. She was found and she was sent to her father. Oh wait, you already read that. And Yehuda recognized and said, "She is more righteous mimeni than I am, because upon this, because upon this, because as like as upon this, I did not give her to Shelah, my son, and did and Vilo Yasaf, and he was not again, and he did not know her again. And what what's interesting? It almost implies that like this happened, and then he did not know her again. So it almost like implies that she was a virgin for the rest. Like even though it's not how it works, like it almost seems to be connected to that same idea of being left alone until being put away until she gives birth, almost. In so much as it, let's see, he was mine. Okay. And so it was at that time that she, at the time for her to give birth, that they beheld, or that there were Teomim twins, Bivtina, in her womb, or in her belly, in her beten, and he built, and it was when she was giving birth, or when she was in labor, that Vayitem Yad, that one of them gave out his hand, Vatikach Hameyaledet, and took hold of Hameyaledet, and the Meyaledet, and the interesting, to bring forth, begat, gender, or travail. Yeah, so it's like to bear forth. So it's like a midwife, I guess. Vitikshor al yado, and the what's her face, midwife, for the person helping with childbirth, tied upon the hand or arm of the second, saying, "This ze yatsa rishona." This is the first. Wait, what? Oh, al yadoshani. Al yadoshani. Oh, upon his hand a shani. Tied a crimson upon his hand. Sorry, I read that as shani, which means second. But it could also be al yadosh. Wait, this is interesting, because there is a potential that, because here this just says scarlet, it doesn't say anything. Vatik short. I wonder, because there's a way that this could be read as al yado, the hand of him, the second one, saying this one came out first. So she could have switched them around.
Well, does he end up coming out second, though his hand came out first?
It doesn't actually say. I mean, let's see.
It's not the first thing that's supposed to come out and be a breach kind of a thing, but so presumably rolling back in.
Let's see. Okay, a scarlet orachaim on Genesis here. Al yado shani leomer, a scarlet thread on his hand, as though to say, the midwife had a sudden flash of Holy Spirit and did something without being aware of its true significance. By tying shani, scarlet thread, around his hand, she indicated that the baby was shani, the one born second, though it had left the womb first. The Torah adds the word leomer, meaning to say that this one emerged first. Although the midwife said so, the truth was the reverse. The red thread was reproof. Yesh im lim surat. That there is a distinct significance to the spell, to the spelling of a text, as well as to the accepted way of reading it. Interesting.
The scarlet clearly indicating blood.
At first, I was thinking it was something to do with the umbilical cord.
Yeah, kind of cord.
It's interesting though. I wonder, like what this thing with
First coming last.
let's see. Let me take a picture of that. And it was Mashav. When he and so it was as he returned his hand, and behold, out came his brother. And she said, "What a breach, Alea Peretz. What a breach you have breached for yourself or upon yourself." Vayikra, and she called his name Peretz or Paretz. I don't know why here it says a pa. It should be Peretz. And after that came out his brother that upon his hand was the scarlet, or that was upon his hand the second, not scarlet. And she called his name Zerach. And Zerach means dawning or shining. Interesting.
What does Peretz mean?
Breaching or like to break through. And then we're just going to do one more chapter because it's real quick. And then that will have, I think, 2 more parts or not next chapter, but let's see. So it's 39. So it's to Zerach. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom, maybe get a quick snack, and to continue a bit more of this. But y'all have any thoughts before we continue?
Just with the linguistic thing I've seen in some of the Sumerian stuff, they'll have these, simpler root words that, you go along and you learn, especially the early god names and things. And then later, there's a compound form that makes no notice of the roots that are compiled together, and it has a different name applied that you can conceptually see the relationship, but they've dropped that original, compound straightforward way. And so I've seen that occur as far as the transmutation of what the meaning or the conventional phrase or meaning that's put to a word that belies the earlier form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just find it very interesting stuff, and whenever you have twins, there's clearly a deeper significance. You just have to ferret it out. Tag.
Yeah, and it goes back to the early proto myths.
Definitely, yeah.
Thinking, right? There's the truth of that person. So ultimate truth can only stem from an absolute God that is unchanging and unbounded, never changes. And this is hinted to in the Talmud. The Talmud tells us, Tractate Shabbos, it tells us that that the seal of the Holy One, blessed be He, is truth. So God has a seal. Not a ring, but a seal. And what is that truth? Meaning, truth is something that's totally consistent. As the word emes in Hebrew is the first letter, the middle letter, and the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet, meaning from beginning, middle to end, is unchanging, constant. Beyond the changing of tides, of fashion, of values, it is never changing. It's always true. That's God's seal. That defies nature, which nature is bound by its rules and limitations. So what do we have here? We have the ring and the signet of the ring. We have the ring that represents the cycle of life, nature, and then we have the signet that's part of that ring, right, which is then representing the transcendence of nature, the truth of God. And God is not bound by the natural law. Of course, He's the creator of it. And what we have here is a unique combination of the two that come together. Beyond nature, with nature. Zoh and Malchus. So as we explained, divine attributes of God, the emotive attributes beyond creation, and then Malchus, which is the source of creation, the godly energy that is focused in the limitations of creation. And those two unite together in above to bring into this world the infinite and finite united in this world. That's what Yehuda and Tamar did by having relations, by bringing the infinite and the finite together in a child called Peretz, who Peretz breaks out of the limitations of the nature of this world, as is indicated in his very name, that he breaks the rule of law. Okay. He should have been the second one out, but kind of jumped out in front, right? And this then is the signet ring that she says that I need to have in order to make this relationship happen. The ring that represents the cycle of life, the signet that represents, as the signet represents who belongs to. A ring is just a ring. You can never tell necessarily who belongs to. But when it's a signet ring, so then, right, you know who belongs to. And in this instance, in the metaphor, the ring is nature, God's hidden, matbeya, nature, the hiddenness. But when it's a signet, it's not hidden anymore because the truth of God is beyond nature and therefore is revealed. Where? In nature. Of course, this is the difference between the two names of God. Shem Havaya, Yudke Vavke, Yudin Vavanahe, which is Haya Haya, past, present, and future is one in one name, because that's God as he transcends. And that is the divine name of God, that is the truth and the seal of God. And then you have Shem Elohim, which is numeric value of 86, Elohim, Tevo, which is 86 nature in Hebrew Teva. The word Matbeya is 86, which is God within nature. So what do you have over here? You have the union of the two that come together, right? The two opposites coming together, bound together in a ring, bound together in a union between two opposites, male and female. You can't get more opposite than that. There's all Malchus, as it represents. And that two opposites bring a divine light of a child, an awesome thing that is beyond nature, within nature. And in this particular union, it brings the ultimate, the one who is going to bring the light of God that's beyond nature, within nature, and show that nature is nothing else but a divine light. Peretz, the son of Yehuda, who Mashiach comes from. Is that clear? At this point, you should not be comfortable in your skin. You should be jumping out of your skin with what we just learned. Like, this is awesome. An awesome thought and teachings that brings so many different ideas together, and you see the harmony between all of them is beautiful. Clear? We're good? All right. Amazing.
Yes, Papa.
Okay. All right, let's go a little further. So we're speaking about Zon Malchus, two opposites, infinite and finite. Male, masculine. The union between Yehuda and Tamar. With all of that in mind, let's look at the following medrash. Rabbi Shalia said to Rabbi Yishmael Bar Yossi, have you heard from your father what on the seventh day God finished means? What does it mean? Neva and the rabbis discussed the matter. Neva said the analogy is a king who makes a wedding canopy, decorates it with beautiful paneling. What is still missing? A bride to enter into it. In this way, what was the world still missing? Shabbos. God created everything, right? The king, he made the wedding canopy, he decorates everything beautiful. There's one thing missing, the bride. What's that? Shabbos. What was the world missing? right? Shabbos. The rabbi said the analogy is a king who formed the ring. What was missing? A seal. In this way, what was the world missing? Shabbos. So God finished creating the world at the very moment Shabbos began. There wasn't a moment, it wasn't like God created the world, took a little, took a little break, and then Shabbos came. No. Right from creating the world, the Yechal God ended, immediately comes Shabbos on the split of a hair. So obviously this implies that Shabbos is not just the termination of work that happened before that, but Shabbos is also an active task. As Reb Shalia wants to know, what did Shabbos do to make the world complete? It wasn't like there's a world called 6 days that you work, there's a dog-eat-dog race that you got to be a part, then you got to jump off the world for a day. It's called Shabbos. No. It wants to know, what did Shabbos give to creation? Not what did Shabbos give merely for, removing yourself from creation, right? So, you need time off, you need vacation, you need to get away. Your boss is enough already. The children, it's too much. You need to get away. You'll come back. But that's like living in two different worlds. A weekday workaholic world where money, accomplish. And then, okay, enough. I got to give that a break and I just got to jump off. And no. Shabbos brings a completion not for the day of Shabbos alone, but it brings completion the 6 days before it. And we have two analogies to understand this, right? We'll start with the second analogy, the seal of God. Oh, we understand what a seal is, right? A seal is attached to the ring. The ring is the mundane 6 days of the cycle of life. Attached to it is the signet ring, is the stamp, the seal of God, the truth of God, meaning that it's a reminder, Shabbos is a reminder, not that I just need to get away from the world. No, that the world is not really a mundane world, that is a jungle, that it's a rat race, and I've got to, be on top of that. Right? No, as the Minchas Chinuch says, the message of this mitzvah, behaving in this way of rest on Shabbos, is meant to awaken an awareness of the greatness of the day and instill in our hearts a belief in the creation of the world. For in 6 days, God made it. By resting on the seventh day, we remember the creation of the world. But when we sit back down on Sunday, the people ask us, what inspired you to rest? The answer is that in 6 days, God made. With this, we'll strengthen our once true faith. So what the Qadesha is doing, he's tying in the 6 days of the world of the week. When we return to a regular ring of life, the cycle of life, we will return to that. We need to bring the perspective of Shabbos with us. That Shabbos is part of that world. That the peace and tranquility is part of it. As during the week, I could feel broken. Shabbos, I'm whole and complete. So really, I have to take a Shabbos with me that I'm whole and complete. That's a signet ring of God Almighty. That just like the signet ring tells us who is the owner of that ring, because it's his stamp. So likewise, that when Shabbos affects us properly, we can go into the world and then the world will know who's our owner. God Almighty, the truth of God, still reflected in me and a part of me, right?
Indicate what the signet is?
As we explained previously. The divine energies of the male and female above, Malchus, the feminine divine energies, and Zah, the masculine divine energies, they come together as one in the signet ring, as we explained. So Shabbos and the weekday flow one into the other. So God finishes, Shabbos comes immediately, because one is to complement the other. Come as one. We're not fractured people, and therefore we have one kind of life for 6 days, and then we have to drop off that world on the seventh day. Or like when we go on vacation, we throw off the shackles of the rat race that we live in, and now I'm in peace and tranquility. No, it's got to be one flowing into the other. And of course, this is also the first analogy that the Medrash gives of the wedding canopy, that the king prepares the wedding canopy, everything is set, but then you need the the queen to come. You need the Kala to come, and that's of course Shabbos. And of course, the common theme of Shabbos that we sing Friday nights, the Chadoidi, come my beloved, to greet the bride, the countenance of Shabbos, we shall receive. Imagine how sad it is that you set up a wedding canopy and the bride doesn't show up. So likewise, God creates 6 days and Shabbos doesn't show. We're out to lunch on Shabbos. We're out doing lunch on Shabbos with our friends because that's when we can have time to do lunch. Or we're out on the golf course on Shabbos. Or we're out, shopping on Shabbos. So no, the bride didn't show up. God creates a world that should flow into the queen coming onto the canopy. And this is exactly what Shabbos should do for us. It should move us, not only that we have a wonderful Shabbos, but that the weekday is also a very different weekday by the inspiration of Shabbos. So it ties this all in this week's Sicha. A seal is not its own independent entity. Rather, a component of the ring does. When Yehuda, for example, the seal simply proved that the ring belonged to Yehuda. So it is with Shabbos and all miraculous things. It is not something separate from the 6 days of creation. Rather, it is the 7th day of 6 days. It brings completion to the world. In the words of our sages, what was the world missing? Shabbos. This means the perfection of nature itself is achieved by drawing the supernatural into it. Just like the ring is a cycle of nature, and the signet is that which represents beyond, right? God is, his seal is truth, transcendent of the human condition. But they come together as one. The signet and the ring come together as one, beyond nature, within nature, and therefore we get a taste of beyond nature on Shabbos, that we can then take that taste and bring it into nature of the 6 days of the week, and we inject it. Right? And therefore, the ring is no longer a ring, but a spiraling ring. So therefore, we're not just been there, done that, another Shabbos under the belt, another, under the same old. It's not the same old, because when Shabbos, where you get this true spiritual, transcendent nature of what Shabbos is, it inspires the weekday that even the mundane activity is not the same old, it's something new. And in Shabbos, where you get this under the same old, on that, another Shabbos under the belt. Right? And therefore, the ring is no longer a ring, but a spiraling ring. So therefore, we're not just been there, done that, another Shabbos under the belt, another, under the same old. It's not the same old, because when Shabbos, where you get this true spiritual, transcendent nature of what Shabbos is, it inspires the weekday that even the mundane activity is not the same old, it's something new. We see the newness, the goodness, the beauty in a regular mundane activity. And where does this all come from? Our story of Yehuda and Tamar. Any questions?
So the bronze serpent.
Welcome to some people I didn't see at the beginning of the class. Jeffrey, welcome. Diane, I think, no, I saw you maybe. Michelle.
What was that you said?
And Sarah.
What
And
the signet would seem to be, maybe be the bronze
everybody else
serpent.
I said hello to. I think so. If I didn't,
Where are you getting that?
hello now.
Just that
You don't all say hello at the same time.
the only graven
Or
symbol
goodbye. Or goodbye.
in the lineage so far that would, the signet has, have a particular image.
Not necessarily. It can just have the name.
Yeah, it would be that would be the image, would be the writer.
Yeah, but like you implied that there was something inherently like.
Well, just the way he was talking about the spiral.
Oh. I see where you could get that from. Let's see.
And that, were they using wax and papyrus by that point? Because, it comes from the cylinder seals of the clay Sumerians were using. It says originally,
Honestly, I'm not sure.
where they would roll
So Yosef goes,
Sorry.
it in the clay.
Yeah, I think the Egyptians had the same type of seals as well. And again, I think it was for clay back then. I don't think you needed the paper in order for the wax to come into play much. Tag.
Which points it, towards the kind of cuneiform
and then
hieroglyphic.
it says like this. Vayosef hurad mitzrayim. Vayosef is taken to Egypt. Vayiknehu Potifar sris parasar hatabachim. He's a chief butcher. Ish mitzrim miyara yishmaelim asher horidu shama. And then the Torah says at the top of 2:14. Vayi Hashem es Yosef vayi ish matzliach. He was very successful. Vayi bebeis adonav hamitzrim. Now you got this Hebrew slave who sold down to Egypt, and he's everything he tells. He's very successful. Vayar Adonov, second line on 2:14. Vayar Adonov ki Hashem ido. His master sees that God is with him. V'chol asher hu oseh Hashem matzliach biyodo. Right. So what does he do? Vayimtza Yosef chen be'einav. Yosef finds favor in his eyes. Vayishar, so he serves him. Vayifkedeu al beisa v'chol asher yesh lo nasan biyodo. He gave him everything. He puts Yosef in charge of everything. I mean, rags to riches. He comes down there. He's working. This is a very high government official. And he immediately takes Yosef, and he sees Yosef successful, and the guy is blessed, and he ascribes it all to Yosef. And then it says like this. Go to Pasuk Vav. We'll go to Pasuk Vav towards the end of the page. It's the seventh line from the top. This is where the adventure starts. Vayazov kol asher lo biyad Yosef. He leaves everything that he has in the hands of Yosef. I did not withhold anything from him, other than the bread that he ate, the bread that he consumed. That's the only thing he withheld. Now, what is this bread? Take a look at Rashi. Take a look at Rashi. The bread is not just bread. Says Rashi, es halechem. It's the second line on the right column. Second line, right column. Ki im halechem, says Rashi. He ishto, to reference to his wife. To reference to his wife. The Torah uses a discrete euphemism. Instead of saying the man, well, he gave him everything except his wife, it says he gave him everything except the bread that he consumes, meaning his wife. Okay, now, I'm going to show you something incredible. Do you know that what is this offering that we bring on Shavuos? On Shavuos, there's an offering called Shtei Halechem. 2 breads that we bring on Shavuos. Okay, on Shavuos, which is the holiday that celebrates the giving of the Torah. So there are these 2 breads that are brought, and they're made as chametz, and they're offered on the Shtei Halechem, which are brought with the sheep on Shavuos. It's called the Shtei Halechem, the 2 breads. So the commentaries point out that why are we bringing an offering called 2 breads specifically on Shavuos, which is the holiday when we receive the Torah, number 1. Number 2, normally breads that are brought are not allowed to turn into leaven. They're not allowed to turn into chametz. They were brought as matzah. Yet these 2 breads on Shavuos are brought as chametz. Well, fascinating, interesting, and nothing's by accident in Torah. So the answer is, you see, chametz always represents the pleasures of life. What would you rather eat? Nice soft bread or hard, brittle chametz, right? Chametz represents ego and it represents pleasure. Bread puffs up, that's ego, and bread represents pleasure. So you have chametz represents the 2 areas where trouble starts. Ego and the pursuit of pleasure. Okay, now, on Shavuos, the Torah is given. What is it that we acknowledge on Shavuos? What has Torah done for us? This is one of the greatest misconceptions of anybody who's not observant. People look at Torah and think, right, if you become Torah observant, there goes your pleasure in this world. You're going to be Torah observant, so you got some sort of deal. You'll take the world to come and you'll abandon this world. That's one of the biggest misconceptions when it comes to Torah. Torah doesn't cause us to lose anything in this world. To the contrary, by activating self-control in this world, we enjoy this world more. If you're out of control, you get burnt out. When you're out of control with anything, you get burnt out. You start taking it for granted. It means it loses any real meaning and any real.
All right, let's get back to it. Let's see, where are we at? Let's see. 1 moment. see what's to say about Zerach. Brightness, trust alluding to the crimson thread. Okay. So we're going to let's see, where was it? Shoot, it closed down, so I need to reopen it. Genesis 39. Okay, so it is until 6. Okay, so that's really quick. I don't get why there's like one that's 30 lines, and then there's another that's just 6 lines. It's pretty hilarious. Vayeshev hurad Mitzrayma vayiknehu Potifar saris paro sar hatavachim ish mitziri miyad ha'ishmaelim asher horiduhu Shama. And Joseph Hurad was taken down to Egypt, and he was purchased by Potiphar, the saris of Paro, the servant or the official of Paro, the Sar Hatavachim, the master of executions potentially, or bodyguards or cook. I mean, guards, it's really uncertain. Probably, maybe executioner, I don't know. I'm just going to say
the guard.
no, because there is no idea of captain of the guard. It's more so this idea of like a tavach means to slaughter, to prepare.
Oh, the
So
butcher.
yeah, so maybe like the master butcher of Pharaoh. Ish Mitzri, an Egyptian man, bought him from the hand of the Ishmaelites that brought him down there. And so it was that and the Lord Vayeshev at Joseph, and so the Lord was Vayeshev Adonai et Yosef. It's weird. It almost feels like it's saying, and the Lord was Joseph. But it's Vayeshev Adonai et Yosef. And so Adonai was, it doesn't say with Joseph. That's the key thing, was
Yes, the latest indication of apotheos, like avatar of God, like Christ is the Son.
oh wait, here. One of the meanings is to accompany or to be with. So it can mean
why everyone would bow. The heavens would bow.
So the Lord accompanied or was with Joseph, because the thing is, he can have that within it. It's just uncommon. And Adonai was with Joseph, and he was. So it's interesting. So here it means and he was, but here it means he was with. So I think that is pretty fascinating, nonetheless.
Yeah, differentiation there. Both
And he was a man matzliach, a man of success, or a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his lord, the Egyptian, or of his Egyptian lord. Wait, did I read that? Read that right? No, I didn't. Vayehi Adonai et Yosef, vayehi ish matzliach. Vayehi beveit Adonai av ha-mitzri. Sorry, I read that. Ve'ayara Adonav ki Adonai Actually, no, here, because it's so close, I feel like it needs... Vayara Adonav ki Yeva ito v'chol asher hu oseh Adonai matzliach beyado. And when he saw his lord, or his lord, and when his master saw that the Lord was with him, and all that he did, Adonai matzliach beyado. Adonai was the success of his hands. So it's interesting because here it's paralleling Vayera Adonai ki Adonai. Like, I'm just reading that because I was just trying to automatically read Yud He Vav He as Adonai, but basically here you have Adonai versus Adonai, his Lord versus his Lord. It's kind of funny. You also have the same parallelism with Esther referring to the king, and the king being actually a reference to the king, which is the king in the skies. Let's see, where are we? It's interesting that it says success to everything and undertook one literally by his hand, like the Adonai was his success, or the success of his hand. I feel like that's a better translation. I mean, it's a more literal translation, but I feel like it also has more real oomph to it, if that makes any sense. Any thoughts?
I was wondering about the slightly earlier part with Peretz, and what's the name for Don boy?
Peretz and Zerach.
Say it again because you just warbled out.
Peretz and Zerach.
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 And is there any deeper etymology on that Zerach relating to dawn?
I mean, so Mizrach is the word for east, and Mizrach from the dawn, or from the dawning of the sun. But Zerach, I mean, it has to do with the rising of the sun.
What part of it means sun?
No part. It means Zerach. It means to rise.
Okay, just rising. Okay. Peretz, can it relate to the be'er, the bore situation?
The what?
Boring. Be'er.
No, not connection. Peretz, farats. It's
breaching, boring, ordering, drilling. I was just thinking about the clarity of them.
It's an idea of breaching out, not breaching in. So breaking out, not breaking in. Or, digging out, not digging in.
But digging, yeah. So the sun setting into the underworld, and then the sun rising.
Interesting connection. Let's see, where are we at? Vayehi me'az hifkid oto beveto ve'al kol asher yesh lo vayevarech Adonai et beit hamitzri biglar Yosef vayehi birkat Adonai bechol asher yesh lo beveit uvasadeh. And so it was from when Hifkid, from when the Egyptian put him in charge of his house, and upon all that that he had, he was blessed by Adonai and the house of the Egyptian on account of Joseph, and he was Birkat Adonai. He was the blessed of Adonai, B'chol Asher Yeshlo, and all that was his, and all that was his in the house or in the field. Here it says the blessing of God was upon Birkat Adonai B'chol was in or on all that was his. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, that's weird. 39 goes until. I could have sworn. Oh, is that? Wait one second. Give me a moment. Let's see, where am I at? Okay, until 7. ויעזוב כל אשר לו ביד יוסף ולא ידע איתו מאומה כי אם הלחם אשר הוא אוכל ויהי יוסף יפה תואר ויפה the Yazov, and he left all that was his in the hand of Joseph, and he did not know Itol. He did not know. Wait, and he did not know. He did not know Itol. Let's see. He did not know its Meuma. He did not know anything because im halacham, because if the bread was his to eat, but he paid attention to nothing save the food that he ate. Interesting. That's weird. And so was that Joseph would wait and now Joseph. But it implies like and now Joseph, like as if he wasn't before. Maybe it's just implying because like now he's now he's of status as well. But and now Joseph was beautiful in Torah in form and beautiful in mirei in sight or appearance. So let's see. Yeah, this is probably a good place to call it. I'm just going to take a few dabs because I usually do before I go to sleep anyway. So, y'all have any comments before we listen to a bit more of that one discussion? What was that one video?
So what was the part about the nothing?
Oh yeah. Let's see. Let's look at the commentary. And he paid no attention to anything save the bread. This means his wife, but scripture uses here a euphemism. And Joseph was of beautiful form. As soon as he saw that he was ruler in the house, he began to eat and drink and curl his hair. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to him, your father is mourning, and you curl your hair. I will let a barrier loose upon you. Let's see. Commentary. The narrative continues to relate that Potiphar went a step further by leaving all his possessions in Joseph's church, by which it meant without any written record or inventory of the items in question. And this, what's this sound like you? What's that sound like to you, Graham?
A really bad idea.
Oh, I was actually thinking of a contemporary thing.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
I mean, come on, take a guess.
I'm not hitting the connection, Ariel. I'm sorry. I'm kind of tired.
I don't know, just the idea of leaving all your possessions in someone else's hands.
Blank check.
Yeah.
Still not ringing any bells.
No, it's not.
Was it? Was it Aeon Byte did a video did a
Oh, Wexler. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Wexler was Epstein.
no wait oh I thought you're no and he's Potiphar.
Yeah, Wexler is Pharaoh and Epstein is Potiphar with
Yep.
yeah. And Potiphar.
Wait, what? No. Epstein would be Joseph, and Wexner would be.
Oh, you're right. You're right. One step down. Yeah.
Damn, you must be tired. I thought you would get that for sure.
So on a certain level, that's already kind of like him being an heir.
Interesting. See, and he appointed him over his household and handed over all his possessions to him, his treasures. Yet his master was aware of what was in the house, and Joseph would account to him on a daily basis. However, once he had observed his success and his uprightness of character, he was not cognizant of anything in Joseph's possession, insofar as he did not demand any reckoning from him, as is customary amongst administrational delegators. This, then, is the true import of the phrase, he abandoned control of all his possessions. Let's see. Interesting. After Scripture has praised Joseph by recording that God was with him and that he was successful, thus causing him to find favor in his master's sight, it continues to lavish yet more praise on him by relating that he was of fair countenance and handsome appearance, on account of which he found favor in the eyes of his master's wife.
Does he have any title? He's not Vizier yet.
I think that's kind of what's implied. I don't know if it ever directly says it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens when he gets control of all the guy's property and all.
But there's some presumption that he would be involved in the Egyptian religion and ritual.
Well, he ends up marrying Osnat, who it's basically the Canaanite form of Asenuit.
And is she the priestess?
Wait, what is that? Some say the bread which he did eat is. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. Oh, interesting. Joseph was of beautiful form like his mother. Sorry, you were asking?
The rulers are priests. And so he would be in
right.
the priesthood at that point, right?
I
mean, state religion,
Let me see what I can find. Let's see, what's this? Asenuit.
That's where Aten seems to relate to Adonis. The N priest of An. Back to the Samaria.
Powerful enough for a virtual flight simulation.
Joseph was a type of the Lord Jesus Christ. Joseph was elevated by Pharaoh to be the governor of Egypt. And Pharaoh gave him a wife. Her name was Asenath, and she was the daughter of the priest of On, more typically called Heliopolis. Now, Gershon has written an article about Asenath. It's called The Mystery of Joseph's Egyptian Wife. We're going to talk about it on today's Prophecy in the News. May I say that the article appears in our February edition of Prophecy in the News magazine. Gary's going to talk about this symbol of the woman throughout the scriptures and throughout history. I guess beginning with Asenath, maybe going back to the Garden of Eden and ending up with Mystery Babylon. It's going to be a fascinating subject. Gary, tell us about Asenath.
Well, JR, we've got a lot to talk about today because we're going to be talking about Egypt and Joseph's tour in Egypt, if you will, from prison to absolute power under Pharaoh. And JR, Egypt in the Bible is a type of the system of the world. That is this evil, satanic world system. Egypt is the very symbol of that. In Genesis 41:44, we have Pharaoh saying this, and Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or his foot in all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh put Joseph in power.
In charge.
Absolutely in charge of the land. The verse 45 says, and Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paaneah, and he gave to him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, and Joseph went out over all the of Potiphera. Verse 45 says, power. Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paaneah. Verse 45 says, and Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paaneah, and he gave
That's interesting because that means his face or her face is treasured.
Priest of On, and Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. In other words, he became the governor of the land of Egypt with a wife who was the daughter of the high priest. Now, JR, when you think of the high priest of Egypt, but king of On, Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paaneah, and he gave to him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, and Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. In other words, he became the governor of the land of Egypt with a wife who was the daughter of the high priest. Now, JR, when you think of the high priest of Egypt, that's not very Christian.
Yes, that was the pagan religion.
Neither were the Israelites.
Yes.
And
they weren't trying to be Christians.
Son,
right.
Helios meaning sun. And so he was primarily a worshiper of the sun god.
Yes, he was. And his wife, by the way, is called Asenath or Asenath. And in Coptic Egyptian, that name flatly means she who is of Neath. That is, at birth, her father gave her the name Asenath, which means I'm devoting you or placing you under the protection of the goddess Neath. So right from her very birth, Joseph's wife became a pagan daughter of Egypt.
So tell us about Neath. Who is Neath, and what's the meaning behind that?
Well, Neath is the goddess of the Egyptian city of Sais, which in that day was the capital of Egypt back in the 8th dynasty. Now, that is the 8th century BC. And Neath was a pagan goddess who protected the city of Sais. She stood up as a protectress. And so the Egyptians viewed her as a strong, powerful warrior goddess. Now, history tells us that Neath and the goddess Athena were exactly the same. Athena protected the city of Athens. And similarly, and a little bit later, after Athena came Minerva, the goddess that protected the city of Rome. So Neath is a type of a protector goddess. She stands over a city and protects it, and the people pay homage to her figure, to her name, They would give money to her. If in a way they would tithe to this goddess in order to
Holy
get that
crap.
blessing and
I
protection.
didn't
for the
realize. I
city.
thought it was
And actually,
Nuit. No, this is Neith. And Neith, goddess of creation, wisdom, and war. Holy shit. That's a knot.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. And again, he's also missing the connection with Amun Ra, which when you're dealing with Amun, that's the god of the unknown, and very similar to Yahweh in the sense of has no image tag.
Wow. Okay, so listen to this. Wait, where is this? Oh wow. She was also one of the 3 tutelary deities of the southern cities of Letopolis, Esna, and Esna. Her name in Hebrew is Osnat. Esnat, Osnat, so similar. Symbolism. In her usual representation, she is portrayed as a fierce deity, a woman wearing the red crown, typically holding or using the bow and arrow, and others a harpoon. Neith is also goddess of war and of hunting, and that is the symbolism depicted most often. Her symbol was also 2 arrows crossed over a shield. The hieroglyphs of her name are usually followed by a determinative containing the archery elements, with the shield symbol of her name being explained as either double bows crossing one another intersected by 2 arrows, usually lashed on bows, or by other imagery associated with her worship. Okay, is there anything? Let's see. She's also such cosmic epithets as the cow of heaven, a sky goddess similar to Nut or Nuit, and as the great flood Mehet Weret, as a cow who gives birth to the sun daily. Interesting. Let's see what else I can find. Yeah.
Is that Osnat, Asnat? Could that sometimes be a sh instead of a s?
Well, you're saying Ashnat?
Uh-huh.
I mean, potentially, but why?
It just makes it a little closer over to Ishtar. And Inanna was the goddess of war.
Honestly, I don't even think. No, because you have sorry, I'm like trying to use multiple parts of my brain at once. Interesting.
The Sumerians were all up in there early. I'm telling you, they seem to be satellite.
City became a feminine mystique.
Right.
When we speak of cities today, we speak of she.
Yes, we do.
In the feminine form. When we speak of planet Earth, we speak of her in the feminine form. Mother Nature is in the feminine form. And so this idea of the woman protector of the city is more like a mother protecting her children, isn't it?
Absolutely. And this whole concept of the Earth Mother distilled down into the goddess goes back to Nimrod. Nimrod was documented.
Oh, come on. It goes further than that.
Originated the system
Come
of
on.
gods and goddesses, Baal and Ishtar.
What a Nimrod.
Ishtar became the Ashtoreth of the Canaanites. Ashtoreth was a
Astarte, you dumbass.
And people came and worshipped her in those little groves and
They're,
and
they're Christians. All this stuff
imitators of
blends the
Ashtoreth
same.
became
Jesus
the
made it
protectors
irrelevant.
of the Canaanites. And by the way, when Israel apostatized later on, took up the worship of Ashtoreth themselves, even to the point that they would commit their children to Ashtoreth. So again, you have this goddess principle being thought of as she who protects and provides for us. JR, that's absolutely 180 degrees opposed to the biblical model, which is
it though?
That Jehovah God is our provider and our protector. One of his names, El Shaddai, is the name that he put over the house of Israel. El Shaddai means he who preserves and protects and provides for. And he is a he, not a she.
Yeah.
So you had Israel divided.
Oh, you sweet summer child. What do you think Shaddai means? it does have to do with nourishment, but not in some spiritual woohoo way. It literally has to do with this idea of taking out your breast and suckling a child, which, I mean, I guess theoretically a man could do, but knowing these people's beliefs on gender roles, I know 100% that they need that to be a woman, in which case, is God a woman? What is a woman? Is God a woman? No, dude.
I can't help but keep flashing to H.P. Lovecraft every time he says Asteroth.
But no, dude, like, you're not going to get anything significant if you just try to change El Shaddai into Eshdai.
You've got a feminine association with the syllable.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, you
Astaroth, Astarte, Ishtar, Asherah, they're all goddesses, so we know they're not Yahweh, so they're definitely wrong. That's all he knows.
It reminds me of what was it in The Dictator, how there's the one security guy where he's like, the guy's saying that he's not actually an Arab, and he's like, no, it don't matter. You could be Jewish, you could be Arab, you could be from Africa. If you're not white, you're an Arab.
So Shaddai is often translated as Almighty, right?
Poorly, because that requires it to be Shaddad and then the second Daled to be dropped, but that still doesn't change the fact that what is the Shaddad of? It would have to be like, but even then it could be Shaddadeh. So like it would be El Shaddadeh or El Shaddad. So the fact that it's El Shaddai means that the Yud is modifying the El. That's saying the God of the Shad. El Shad I. And because it's not Shadi would be breast or my breast. So Shadi would be either my breast or like in compound the breast, but Shaddai is the breasts. So El Shaddai is God of the breasts, or the breasted God.
So what the D there indicate on the Shah?
What?
Just the Shah element. Like I was going to ask you if before you said Shaddai relates to the breast and everything. I was going to ask you if Shaddai related to a woman in any way.
So shad means breast. Shin by itself shad just means that. It's just it. Any other questions? You there?
Not for me. I'm good.
Yeah, you were kind of dropping out for a second. The connections get lost over time, and it's just like fossils left in the language. And there's clearly, drift that occurs with vowels and consonants across space and time.
Basically,
I mean, like the thing is, if you can make an argument with Grimm's law, I'm not against it. It's just to say that this consonant changes to this consonant without any indication that that is how it was done. It's like it's really hard for me to buy into that.
When you're talking about goddess, holy, women, divine, feminine, and it's conceptually all interlaced throughout.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that Hebrew is constructed in a certain way, and you can't just break that paradigm for like spiritual reasons.
That comes in at a certain point. It's just like They didn't have writing at first. In writing changes or solidifies language in a way that's different than spoken language.
No, and I
becomes
get
the rule. It becomes the rule that everybody starts conforming to, but it was originally just an indication of what was happening verbally.
I mean, by their tradition, can you really say that they didn't have writing first? Because, they're saying that Moses wrote the Torah, and you can't write something unless you have writing.
Yeah, but if it's an oral tradition before that, and the Hebrew alphabet doesn't exist till what, 850 BC or something, and it's derived out of the hieroglyphs, which are images relating with syllables.
Yeah, again, there's
a point at which
via the Sinaitic script, yeah.
with all written language, it's a verbal language was first, and you can see just how people can't even say fentanyl. Everybody says fentanyl because they know the word Tylenol. So there's this new drug around that's killing everybody, and everybody calls it fentanyl. Like it's immediately transformed as soon as it's coined.
Again, Eisenhower with nuclear.
Yeah, and now that's supposedly an accepted, pronunciation. Like, is there a nucleus of a cell?
Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, for instance, like you have a change of mazarot to mazalot. But that's because ras and luz are closely connected. You see it in multiple languages. The thing is, I've never seen any evidence of a consonantal shift from a ga to a ka in Semitic. But I might be wrong. Actually, let me look this up. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, people change things to something more similar to something they already know. They do it constantly. They say similar instead of similar because they know the word simulate or simulate. Like it's all over the place. And so if it's basically with the same oral articulators, then it's an accent.
Let's see.
So your and an, your m's and n's, your t's and d's, your s and sh, your f and the.
Let's see if I can find anything.
And just because it's continually spelled one way doesn't mean that most people are pronouncing it in that way. Like the word nuclear, it's still written nuclear, but everybody says when they read it, nuclear. How are you going to know that from the writing? You only know it from hearing it correctly. That everybody says nuclear instead of nuclear because the writing stays nuclear. Until Mark Twain comes along and starts writing again like people are actually speaking.
Here. Check this out.
Triple treat, but only from Pizza Hut. No one out Pizza Hut.
I was abducted by the RDA. Now that I'm...
Consonant shifts in Semitic languages. If any of you have ever encountered Hebrew, Aramaic, or Arabic, or just even two of these languages, are consonants. I will not address vowel shifts in this video because they're just too damn complicated. Let's start with some simple when we interfere just to solve some problems that this comparison poses. First of all, just to make sure, consonants are generally the sounds made when we interfere with the airflow in our mouths. Sounds like p, s, d, and ch are consonants. I will not address vowel shifts in this video because they're just too damn complicated. Let's start with some simple examples. We'll start with the word for book. We'll go from right to left because these are Semitic languages and it just makes more sense, I guess. The word for book in Hebrew is sefer. The same word in Aramaic is sifra. You see that both of these languages have the same consonants in this word. In Arabic, this is actually an old word and quite obsolete today, it's sifo. If we look only on the first consonant in these words, it seems that a Hebrew S is compatible with an Aramaic S and with an Arabic S, right? Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Let's look at the word for tooth. In Hebrew and in Aramaic, it has a sh sound. Arabic has the same sound as before, s. So actually, what we need to do here is to assume that Arabic S comes from two different origins, one that is equivalent to the Aramaic and Hebrew S, and another that is equivalent to the Aramaic and Hebrew sh. There are a whole lot of examples for this shift. If you want to look further, look for the words person, peace, and five in all three of these languages. So, sound changes are simple, right? Let's complicate it just a little bit more with the word for 8. This time we'll start with Arabic, just because it's awesome. Now, some of the vowels here are long, but we'll ignore that completely.
Oh, the
This
shift
time,
from ta to
Arabic
sha.
th, like in the word thin, is equivalent to t in
Shmona.
Aramaic and sh in Hebrew. So actually, the picture is just a bit more complicated. Hebrew sh also came from two separate origins, the one that is reflected in Aramaic sh and in Arabic s, and the one that is reflected in Aramaic t and Arabic th. The real picture is much more complicated than this. It includes around 29 different reflected in Aramaic t and Arabic th. The real picture is much more complicated than this. It includes around 29 different consonants, but let's stick to just these three and see some problems. Now, you've probably noticed I'm using a lot of numbers here. That's because numbers are a decent way of comparing languages. Most Semitic languages did not borrow words for numbers from other languages, but rather retained their own original words with their own original sound changes. So let's look at the word for the number 6. If we look only in Hebrew and in Aramaic, it all makes sense. But why does Arabic have t, where Hebrew
Wow.
have th? Should we assume another consonant that, just like the Arabic th, is equivalent to the Hebrew sh and Aramaic t? Here we see the first problem. But luckily enough, we have data from other Semitic languages to help us understand the phonological process that happened. Amharic would be a great example for this, and so would the dead languages Akkadian and Sabaic. I didn't find any normal fonts for Sabaic, so I actually had to draw it myself. Sorry for that. Now, you see that these languages had some pretty similar consonant shifts to the ones that we saw before, but I'm not going to talk about them now. This actually means that the Arabic sit comes from a historical sit. This makes a lot of sense because this would explain the doubling of the consonant in Arabic and in Aramaic. This doubling also happens in Hebrew, but only in the conjugation and is simplified in the end of the word. Sorry for that. This is a phonological process called coalescence. Coalescence is when two different sounds affect each other until they become something that is a little bit of both. Basically, T has three important features. It's a voiceless, alveolar, stop. Voiceless means we don't vibrate our vocal cords while pronouncing it. Alveolar means we pronounce it by touching our alveolar ridge behind our front teeth with the tip of our tongue. Stop means that the stream of air is completely blocked when we pronounce it. Stop touching our alveolar cords while pronouncing it. Alveolar means we pronounce it by touching our alveolar ridge behind our front teeth with the tip of our tongue. Stop means that the stream of air is completely blocked when we pronounce it. Sorry for all that linguistic mumbo jumbo. What's important is that it got its voicelessness from the th, its stopness from the d, and its alveolarness from both. Coalescence is one of the things that can happen when a language can't handle two consecutive sounds for various reasons. Now that we've established the origin for the word 6, we can see another thing that happens if we go back to Arabic. This time let's look at the word for sixth and add two other dead languages, Ugaritic and Egyptian, which is actually not Semitic, but it's somewhat related and can help me get this point through. I actually have never studied Egyptian, so I really have no idea what this S is cognate to in Semitic. Sorry. What happened in these words? We can see that in all of them, two different but somewhat similar consonants became the same one. This is called long-distance assimilation. Long distance because these consonants are not actually together but have something that separates them. In this case, almost the whole word. These are just two examples for how we can solve problems that pop up when we compare cognates, which are etymologically equivalent words, from different languages. I'm sure it happens all over the world, but Semitic languages are obviously the best example because they're the coolest. That's it for today. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to subscribe for more linguistic videos. Till the next time, I'll share with you some secrets about how to compare cognates and solve problems. I won't give away any answers here, but here.
Are you a med student struggling to keep up with the endless stack of lecture slides in med school? Are you tired of trying to memorize thousands of facts without truly understanding the
What was the term? Confluence?
I forgot.
There's also a kind of a divergence, like is going on now with the word important. People are saying important, like no, you didn't, instead of didn't, and that's a total different sound that's put in there structurally.
I always laugh at the ones that say impotent instead.
Yeah, and you have it with the Cockney, like with John Lennon would say bottle instead of bottle. And they only do it at a certain point in the, like when it's in the middle of the word. They pronounce T's. It's not like they don't have a T in the language. But in certain instances, they
All right.
just don't like to say it.
Linguistic. Last video. It's been over 2 months since my last video, but I've caught up on my schoolwork, dealt with my finals, and finally graduated high school. Now I'm looking forward to heading off to college, but before that, I'm excited to be spending most of this summer doing what I love most, making videos for you guys. And what better way to kick off the summer than by covering one of the most important ideas in the history of linguistics, Grimm's Law. If you watch my channel, odds are you're pretty into linguistics, so there's a good chance you've already heard of Grimm's Law. All languages in the world go through sound changes, where gradually over time some sounds in that language change into others. And although linguists love listing and classifying and sorting all these different sound changes, Grimm's Law is not only by far the most famous sound change ever described, but it's one of only a few with its own name. It describes one of the ways Proto-Germanic changed as it evolved from Proto-Indo-European, and at least in my mind, Grimm's Law isn't just a sound change, it is
So that's the key thing, Proto-Germanic.
the sound change, a reputation which springs from the fact that Grimm's Law is quite possibly the first major sound change ever described by modern linguistics. Grimm's Law was discovered in the early 1800s, and linguistics at the time was a really, really new thing. I mean, yeah, there were ancient traditions of linguistics that went back a long way. Aristotle had spent no small amount of time describing ancient Greek phonology, and in India people had been studying linguistics for thousands of years, largely out of interest in preserving Sanskrit, the liturgical language of Hinduism. The modern scientific tradition of Western linguistics, however, might be said to have begun in 1786 with Sir William Jones in a speech he gave to the Royal Asiatic Society in Calcutta. This was during the colonial era in India, and Sir William Jones was an Englishman who had been appointed to be a judge in Bengal. While he was in India, he became obsessed with Indian culture and, being a well-educated Englishman who knew a fair amount of ancient Greek and Latin, started to notice similarities between these languages and the ancient Sanskrit that the Indians had preserved. So, in his 1786 speech, he proposed that the three languages were descended from a common ancestor, which we know today as Proto-Indo-European. Now, this wasn't the first time someone had noticed similarities between languages and proposed a common ancestor. Back when Latin and ancient Greek were still spoken, the Romans noticed that the two languages were pretty similar, and some thought Latin was descended from ancient Greek. Later, during the Middle Ages, the idea that every language in the world was originally descended from Hebrew was the norm. This comes from the idea that Hebrew was the original language spoken by Adam and Noah, and that other languages only appeared when God caused them to diverge in the whole Tower of Babel story. However, it was Sir William Jones that started the trend in Europe of systematically comparing the vocabularies of different languages to try to figure out if they were related or not, and it was only a few decades later that Grimm's Law was discovered. Now, because there are written records of ancient Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit from way earlier than other languages, these languages had changed the least since they had branched off from their common ancestor Proto-Indo-European. So it was mostly from these three languages that linguists originally figured out what sounds Proto-Indo-European had to begin with. What linguists reconstructed was that PIE had 15 stop consonants. P, T, K, K, Qu, B, D, Y, G, Gw, B, D, Y, G, Gw. If you can't tell the difference between the last two rows, don't worry. I'm not that good at distinguishing them, and we don't really have good equivalents in English. Just know that the third row is supposed to have a little puff of air after each sound. They also had some nasal consonants, some liquids, some semivowels, probably just one fricative, probably some laryngeals, and of course it had a whole bunch of vowels, but they're not as interesting, so I'm not going to talk about them. Point is, all of these 15 stop consonants started merging with each other after all of the different branches of Proto-Indo-European started splitting off from each other. But in each branch, it happened in a slightly different way. In Sanskrit, they started pronouncing qu, gu, and gu without the w after them, merging them with the normal k, g, and g. At the same time, the sounds with y after them started being pronounced as a funky s sound, or as a j sound, or what I only know how to describe as a really, really weird h sound. Meanwhile, in ancient Greek, k, g, and g merged with the normal k, g, and g, while qu, gu, and gu merged with some other consonant depending on what vowel came after them. Also, the whole bottom row Meanwhile, in ancient Greek, k, g, and g merged with the normal k, g, and g, while qu, gu, and gu merged with some other consonant depending on what vowel came after them. Also, the whole bottom row of breathy sounds with puffs of air changed from b, d, and g to p, t, and k. Again, the difference from the first row is only that they're more breathy. Finally, Latin merged its y-ish sounds with its normal ones like Greek, but kept the w-ish ones. It also got rid of its bottom row by not making it breathy anymore, merging it with the second row. Now, as you can see, there was a lot of changing around of sounds, but for the most part, the sounds in the different languages tend to match up with each other, or at least to something really similar. Now, when you compare Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit words to Germanic words, you'll find a whole lot of cognates. You have Sanskrit nama, Greek onoma, Latin nomen, and English name. Sanskrit mom, Greek eme, Latin me, and English me. And Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, and Old English all had moose as their word for mouse. But at the same time, you have a lot of situations where the oldest three languages would have similar words for something, while the Germanic languages would have something completely different. Sanskrit pitar, Greek pater, Latin pater, English father. Sanskrit traya, Greek tres, Latin tres, English three. Sanskrit
I mean,
pari,
it makes
pari,
sense.
Latin per, English far. For a couple of decades, as the idea of Proto-Indo-European started to catch on,
But the thing is, this is all addressing Indo-European.
until Grimm's Law was discovered by Danish linguist
Well, yeah,
Rasmus
that's where
Rask.
everything's
Rask
citric
noticed that the
there, but it's older than
Proto-Indo-European
that.
b, d, g, and gw
That's just one
corresponded to the very much
first
not
point where
breathy
it's noticed
Proto-Germanic b,
and
d, g,
documented,
and gw, while
and
the
then it's
PIE
not
b,
always
d, g, and
consistent.
gw corresponded to the Proto-Germanic p,
It's,
t,
yeah,
and
Grimm's
gw.
law is
And
Grimm's law is
finally, the
Indo-European
PIE
rather
p,
than
t,
Semitic.
k, and q corresponded to a completely new
Yeah,
set
but
of sounds.
there's
Th,
clearly
sh, and hw. Later, the
more
h and
relation.
qu sounds
You know,
would
you could
become h and
put
hw
it at
in
the Tower
English.
of Babel,
So
but
basically, the third row became the second row, the second row
there's
became the
relation
first
through all
row,
the
and the
different
first row
systems.
became a
Sumerian is
completely new
supposedly
row.
language
Also, the
isolate,
k sounds merged
and
with
yet
the
there's
normal
all
k
kinds
sounds
of
like in Latin and Greek. Now, I can already hear you screaming, but
words
if
loaned in
Rasmus
one
Rask
direction or
discovered
another.
it, why is it called Grimm's Law? Short answer, I'm not sure. Longer answer, the credit for discovering it often goes to a guy named Jacob Grimm. You probably know him as one of the two Grimm brothers.
Yeah, it's the
guys who
interesting
wrote
ones like,
fairy
you know,
tales, but he's
Khoisan with
also one of the earliest
global
linguists
clicks
in
that,
modern
you know,
times. By publishing his
they're
book,
on their own
Primitive,
page,
he basically
definitely.
founded German
And
linguistics.
they're
In this book,
supposed
he
to
talks
be
about the
the
sound shift,
older
and this is
tribe
often cited as
genetically.
the discovery of Grimm's Law, even though Rask came first. This sounds
So like
unfair,
the
but from what I can
Bushmen are
tell, it isn't completely unjustified, because from what I gather,
oldest
Rask basically just made a
genetic.
big table of what consonants corresponded to what in modern languages, while consonants corresponded to what in modern languages, while Grimm was like, these groups of sounds turned into these groups of sounds in Proto-Germanic. I wish I could present that with more certainty, but most of the sources I found were really vague about who said what, and I'd go read the originals if it wasn't for the fact that I can only ever seem to find them in the original German. If any of you know German and feel like rummaging through these things, let me know if my assessment is accurate. Either way, there's actually a fair number of people, including myself, who think that Grimm's Law should actually be called Rask's Rule, although, granted, I only believe this because alliteration is awesome. Now, all of this is interesting academically, of course, at least I hope you think so if you've watched this much of the video, but I also think it's interesting because it's actually helped me a little bit with learning Spanish. Spanish is the second most commonly spoken language in the US, so I think a lot of you will probably find this interesting. Notice how English has question words that start with WH. Who, what, when, where, and why, while Spanish has QU or CU question words. Que, cuando, and cuantos. That's because in Proto-Germanic, originally they started with qu sounds, but because of Grimm's Law, they changed to hua and later to hua. Grimm's Law also explains house versus casa, lips versus labios, foot versus pie, for versus por, cat versus gato. This sound change may have happened thousands of years ago, but you can still see its effects in the two most common languages in the US spoken today. Now, the video is about to end, so this is usually the part where I mention my next video. Problem is, I actually have no idea what my next video is going to be about. I have about a dozen different competing ideas, and the list
And
is
so you
only
can end
growing.
up with
So catch me in a week or two for a video that will probably have
different
something to do
forms.
with linguistics.
Yeah, but again, like if you can find something that addresses this in Semitic, then that's another thing. But until then, I just feel like it's really hard to speculate on that.
Yeah, well, like the Sumerian and cuneiform system was around for thousands of years before the
Yeah,
alphabetic system was.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, have you found any research on that?
You know, it's kind of a whole esoteric field that's only now becoming kind of mainstreamed. I mean, everybody just thinks about the alien aspect, and that's the way it's mostly put forward.
Wait, what? No, but dude, this is like well established within Proto-Indo-European and European languages, and in Indo-European languages. So there's there's nothing inherently occult about it. I mean, there's a lot of people who have even speculated, common convergences for both Semitic and Proto-Indo-European. But the point remains is that, like, until I've actually seen someone making the argument, like, and backing it up with various examples, not just making speculations like, oh, this could be this. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but the only problem is when you're asserting that, oh, this could be that, unless we have like already established reasons for why that could be the case. Like,
Well, I think if they can put AI analyzing all the tablets, I don't think there's a lot of people working on that, like Champollion figuring out hieroglyphs. But I mean, when the conceptual connections are there, you're not always going to have all the links in the fossil record, as we would call it.
No, I get that,
when
but
you have the rituals, when you have the temples, when you have the traditions, when you have the calendars,
yeah, but I have a
lot of
real
things that line up that show them to be related.
yeah, but that's a hop and a skip away from saying that Qadesha means God Isha.
You don't think the Isha part in there is indicating the feminine?
No, because what it is, Kadesh means holy, and then the Hey, which makes it Ha, which changes it from Kadesh to Kadesha. That's the feminine part. The male form is Kadesh, and you don't have, like, you could say, oh well, the Esh is Ish, but like at the end of the day, you're going to have that with any word, like I'm trying to think.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily that it has to only be feminine either, but that's one of the semantic branchings.
But what I'm saying is that Qadesha, like to even say that was like a potential case. What is the connection between a Qadesha and a lucky woman?
A holy woman of the temple, the priestess. But I'm not putting all my stakes on that particular example. But there are discernible patterns. Like I say, there'll be words that, when you look back at the more fundamental forms and the root words that are put together, and they become phrases. Like Nin means lady in the Sumerian. I think it's Sumerian, not Akkadian. Is that right, Graham?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And so, but later on, you have gods that have the Nin in their name. So that original kind of meaning has gotten lost because he was named after a mother god down the way. So Nineveh, the Library of Nineveh was an earlier Library of Alexandria type of effect of amassing everything together. And so you have these forms that are later that don't say anything about lady, even though Nin is right there at the beginning of the word. It doesn't refer to a goddess or anything, but in the older form, the root words are there all lined up. But the modern meaning, or the current colloquial usage, doesn't doesn't mention that.
Yeah,
basically repurpose a word. If you're not using the word the old way, why not repurpose it for a new way?
Yeah, well, they become these titles, like these epithets that the rulers get. They just become a yada yada. You know what I mean? It's just like,
yeah, like Marchion becomes Miriam.
yeah, they'll, it just becomes an epithet that people aren't looking into the original meaning of it. They just know it as like president or commissar.
So I'll give you an example. So Margaret, I think, is it Barker or Baker? I forget her last name, but she's proposed that Devora was originally Gavira, and that has that Semitic shift from ga to da, because the letters are near identical in like if you look how they were written in Paleo Hebrew. So it was very easy for that shift to happen. Whereas what you're saying with like a kof to a gimel, I'm trying to think. No, there's really no similarity, because if you look at let's see, Paleo Hebrew. Here, check this out. Images. Oh, shoot. What is this? Wait, what did I just do?
And then
I'm looking forward to when they reconcile Paleo Hebrew with the the Ugaritic alphabet and cuneiform and like the Biblios, syllabary and stuff.
So look at this. So this is Gimel, and then this is Dalet. So you have this basic shape, which I mean is like in Unicode, but how it at one point was very similar. You just have this basic shape, like da. Like if you get rid of this part of the Dalet that makes it a triangle, it just becomes a Gimel. And likewise, if you add the triangle here, the Gimel turns into a Dalet. Whereas with a Kof, this is Kof, this is Gimel. There's no way these two letters are going to get confused in being written down. Whereas
the letters have changed forms.
Whereas look at this with Kaf, there's a better argument for Kaf and Gimel to be confused because they have this weird sort of angling.
Yeah, but see, what you get is something, one that's become the winner. Often the sound had 7 or 8 different symbols that were used, and then it finally gets codified toward one. And so there could have been a confusion at an earlier point that looks totally different. That's a different symbol, but the same sounds.
Yeah, I mean, here you can also see like similarity between
I mean, the way you get the letter A out of the ox head, it transforms, it spins. That's a little more direct. But I mean, there's sometimes it's a whole other symbol that was used, and it just falls out of favor. A different one is used.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, again, the English language has paired a bunch of letters over the years. It adds some, a J gets added, and then they pair some off as like a letter like born, and a bunch of them get paired off over the years. So it's always changing.
And then when you had like whole cities wiped out in wars, maybe only a handful of words survived from that city, and filter in somewhere because the last living guy migrated over to the next village or whatever. And so that survives as this kind of form that's not tethered to anything else. And so you don't know the origin of that or the connections over to this other place. It's just here.
Potential to give a person any satisfaction or pleasure. There are 2 areas of bread in the physical realm. There are 2 areas of physical pleasure. One is the area of food, and the other is the area, obviously, of immorality or immorality, be that as it may. What the Torah refers to, these 2 forms of pleasure, are both referred to as bread. There's bread in the literal sense, which is food, And there's bread over here in the euphemistic sense, which represents women.
Cake.
Those are the two areas of physical pleasure. There are no other areas of physical pleasure. Those are the physical pleasures of life. On Shavuos, we take two breads and bring them as an offering. We are acknowledging that Torah is what allows us to enjoy the physical pleasures. And as long as we control them, they don't control us. And therefore, we bring the two breads. And that's why Mrs. Potiphar is referred to as bread. Okay? Then comes the biggest test we're going to find any male has ever had in history. A person who is completely into food. Take food first. You can eat food and get to the point where it's revolting. You know, stuff yourself to the gills. And you can get to the point where you don't even appreciate it anymore. It loses any sense of any real appreciation. I remember when I was about 19. When I was about 19, 20, there was a place, I found a place in Chicago that sold pistachio nuts at the time were a luxury. I think pistachio nuts cost like $6.99 a pound, right? For pistachio nuts. That was the standard. We found a place in Chicago that was this it was a snack outlet. They made candies. None of it was kosher. Somehow we came across this place. We discovered this place. They sold you a 5-pound bag. It was a factory. A 5-pound bag of pistachio nuts for $5. At the time, pistachio nuts were $6.99 a pound. 5-pound bag for $5. So every Friday I would drive down there and I'd pick up one of these 5-pound bags of pistachio nuts for our family. We'd have for Shabbos. But after a few times of doing it, it didn't have the same, it wasn't as enjoyable as the first couple of times, because after all, this is the norm. You lose your sense of appreciation. Okay, now, if ever this is true, in food for sure it's true. If you have what do you call it? If you have a steak every day, you don't have the same appreciation. You have a steak once every 2 weeks, you really enjoy the steak. If this is true for in the area of food, in the area of marriage, and in the area of morals, for sure true. Why is Jewish marriage so successful? Jewish marriage is so successful because of the enforced separation. Because there's an enforced separation between husbands and wives. So then the Gemara says that a husband and wife get to experience their marriage night once a month, because there's a renewal. In the area where there's no control, and it's just, no rules, so very quickly things become dull and boring. And in the Torah way of doing it, that's why Torah marriage is one of the reasons, among others, why Torah marriages are so successful. Because you don't take it for granted, because there's a limitation. Once there's a restriction and limitation, there are rules. The rules enhance it, and so instead of making it worse, it makes it better. And that's the way it is with everything that's done with self-control. It's not forbidden to eat. You just have to control yourself. You can't eat certain foods. You can't do.
So
camps. Those who
the bread thing. You remember the episode you were doing on the Egyptian hieroglyphs? All right.
What about it?
We had gotten into how I believe the final feminine t ending with the glyph was like a half loaf of bread, and then we found an example. Like I intuited, oh, wait a minute, about the cross buns, the cakes to Asherah type of thing. And then there was an example of one that was a circle with an X. And you can relate that right now to the letter T.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's just it's been a while. Maybe bring it up when we talk about the next one.
But yeah, the feminine
Shaddai,
ending being a bread.
Those who through apostasy.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Toward the goddess.
Now, Moses did not miss this opportunity to go back to the Garden of Eden and explain to us that Eve was deceived by the serpent. Yeah. And so the Lord told Adam and Eve that she would try to rule over him, but that he would succeed in ruling over her, or something to that effect. Tell us about that.
Well, back in Genesis 3:15 and 16, you have what has been called the oldest prophecy in the Bible, in which God cursed the serpent for having tempted Eve. And to the woman, the Lord says, I will put J.R., it's amazing, Joseph as a type of Christ. It's been said for a long time that there are over 50 similarities between the life of Joseph and the life of Christ. And of course, one of the major similarities
And
is
then
in the fact that Joseph took a
Joseph,
Gentile bride. In essence, what he did was
also
he took
Joseph
this
was the
woman
name
who
of
had
Jesus'
been
father.
devoted to the goddess, and he redeemed her unto himself. And she became the mother of Ephraim and Manasseh. Two big names in the tribes of Israel, by the way. A lot of prophecy written concerning Ephraim and Manasseh. But that redemptive typology is a huge story because it takes us all the way over to the book of Revelation if you follow it completely through.
So Joseph, in redeeming and marrying her, redeemed her out of idolatry,
yes,
the Egyptian worship of the sun god, and basically brought her into the fold of the house of Israel.
Right.
And of course, Joseph is figures large in the nation of Israel. The rabbis have even said that a Messiah will be a son of Joseph. There'll be two Messiahs. One is Messiah ben Joseph. The other is Messiah ben David. And so he actually being a type of Christ, takes this Gentile bride. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ came to this earth in his first advent 2,000 years ago, died on Calvary in order to take a Gentile bride. He came into his own, and his own received him not. Their eyes were blinded, their spiritual ears were deafened, as God told Isaiah it would be. And because of the falling of the Jews, the Gentiles had the opportunity to be saved. So here we've got all the cities of the world, which, by the way, were fortresses. They were all fortified with big walls to protect them from enemies, and towers periodically set around the city. It was a fortified city, and that became the view of the cities, and they took on a feminine mystique about them. And it is our job, with the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, to go into all the world, beginning at Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and to the uttermost parts of the earth, going to the cities and redeem the people.
JR, this theme is so woven into Scripture that it's astounding. For example, in 16th chapter of Acts, when Paul and the others go to the city of Ephesus, they encounter a cult there. One of the seven wonders of the ancient world was this great temple of Diana of the Ephesians. Diana of the Ephesians is one of the identities of the ancient Neith. She's a municipal goddess who protects the city of Ephesus. She is depicted with a tower upon her head, a little fortress tower. It's called the goddess of fortresses.
And it looks like it's made of brick or rock or stone or something like that. So
Or in Hebrew, Magdalim.
fancy hat.
Oh, no.
It was actually looked like a tower.
And so she, as a fortress goddess, was the protector of the city of Ephesus.
What?
Any association with judgment with Diana?
What do you mean judgment?
Well, I'm thinking of Dina judgment.
Oh,
And
potentially.
The high gods, I mean, that's often, I mean, like with Mithra, where you swear an oath, and all about the sun god who could see all, you know, so passing judgment, righteousness, all of that.
I'm not sure.
This fabulously beautiful temple, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. I wonder why it is that Paul spent 2 years of his life in Ephesus. I wonder why it is that the Apostle John became bishop of the church at Ephesus.
Yes.
God sent those men right into, if you will, the heart of the beast.
Right into the heart of Diana's territory.
And they had great spas.
Spent 2 years of his life in Ephesus. I
Great
wonder
what?
why it is that
They
the
had great
Apostle John
spas.
became bishop of the church at Ephesus.
Yes.
God sent those men right into, if you will, the heart of the beast.
Also,
Right
that
into
wonder of the
the
world
heart
had
of
burnt
Diana's
down by
territory.
Jesus' day.
That's right.
And he wrote the book of Revelation with Mystery Babylon. You suppose Diana had something to
Well,
do
how about
with his
the linguistic
inspiration?
relation
I
between
think so. I think so.
Oh,
Joseph and
yes.
Yeshua?
What?
What about the linguistic relationship between Yosef and Yeshua?
linguistic? There isn't one.
What's the meaning of each?
Yosef is from Yasaf, which means to gather or to increase, and like Jesus or like Yeshua is from Yehoshua, which means Yahushua, like God is the Savior.
That's it in Hebrew?
Yeah.
I mean, like so is that what Joshua means?
Yeah.
And I've heard relation to it relating over to healer with in relation to Jason, like doctor.
I don't know.
In fact, Mystery Babylon is called that great city.
Right.
There it is. It's amazing. This goddess figure.
And what's amazing, JR, is that if you begin to look at this aspect of the Bible, this is a very rich part of Bible prophecy. It gives you a great deal of insight into the discernment of what one of the greatest mysteries of the Bible, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots. Now, starting back in the days of Nimrod, you had the goddess mother. She was called Astarte. She was called Ishtar. In Egypt, she was called Isis.
Don't forget Asherah.
In Asia Minor, she was called Cybele. In Rome, she was called Fortuna. Ceres was one of her names. In Greece, this mother goddess figure then became the parent of the municipal
Got left out again.
goddess. And that would be Neith and Athena and Minerva. And JR, there's a big rest of the story because we haven't talked about the latest incarnation of the goddess, but we'll get there in just a minute.
You remember Rahab? She was a harlot, and her house was on the wall of the fortress of Jericho. She may have been one of the big reasons why Jericho was there, because of plying her trade. She was a harlot. And if you will notice, Solomon, not Solomon, but Salmon, Solomon of the royal house of Judah, took her as his wife. He redeemed her. And she became the mother of Boaz, who married Ruth. And from Ruth came Obed. Obed married and had a son named
Jesse.
David's father.
Dumbass.
I can't remember his name.
Having a slight mental block.
Yes.
And
Okay, maybe he's not a dumbass. Maybe he's just.
But anyway, here we've got Boaz, Obed, Jesse. Got it. Jesse and David. So we have, Boaz was the seventh generation from Judah. And he was the son of Rahab, the harlot of Jericho. So this idea of redeeming the harlot, or redeeming the wife, or the woman, redeeming the fallen woman, Gary, is the message throughout the Bible. That's why Israel was called the wife of Jehovah.
Wife at the best little whorehouse in Texas.
And that's the reason why the church was called the bride.
That's why he got his wife at the best little whorehouse in Texas. Looked like Dolly Parton.
Bride of Christ. And this is a mystical union. We don't understand it all, but to me, it's the saving of the fallen woman from the Garden of Eden all the way through until the rapture, and Jesus comes back. As soon as he destroys Mystery Babylon, we see Jesus coming back in power and great glory. And who's with him? His wife. His wife is with him.
Well, JR, back in the old days of Rome, Ovid referred to Minerva as the goddess of 1,000 works. Plato wrote about Neith, again, the goddess for whom Joseph's wife is named. Plato says in Egypt, in that part of the delta where the stream of the Nile divides around the vertex, there is a district called the Saitic. The most important city of this district is Sais. from whence came King Amasis, writes Plato. The city was founded by a goddess whose name is Neith in Egyptian, and according to the people there, she's called Athena in Greek. They're very friendly to Athens and claim to be related to our people somehow or other. So here's Plato back here.
Wow.
Writing about the goddess.
Yes. And the fact that the people of his city, state, nation were kin to those folks over there. That's kind of interesting.
It
don't you
is
think?
amazing. Now, here we get into something I find fascinating because when we get into the goddess, JR, she does not disappear at all. As we get into the medieval era, moving on into the modern era, she pops up again. In just a second, we're going to tell you how.
When Nimrod established this goddess worship, he was probably looking at those goddesses, those human women who became goddesses, having married those fallen angels.
So yeah, really, and what you're saying, and it's true that the world system is founded on that false goddess worship that was brought by the Nephilim, the battle of the gods, the Titans battling with the Olympians, the women goddesses constantly seeking to curry favor with the gods of heaven. All those ancient myths basically form a foundation of the system of Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots, still alive and well today. And JR, here's an example of how Minerva still lives. Another name for Minerva is Europa.
Yes.
Europa was a Mycenaean goddess, and she was abducted by Zeus in the form of a bull. Now, we have Europa evolving into the goddess protector of Europe. You will find her statue in the front of the European Parliament building in Strasbourg and in front of the European Union headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. You'll find statues of Europa. And
riding the bull, even.
Riding the bull.
Yes.
And JR, this takes us right to Revelation and the woman and the beast.
Absolutely.
But what's this Europa doing as a protector goddess of Europe? One could make the case that she's doing exactly the same thing as another protector goddess. She's named after Columba, which is Latin for the dove, but we call her by another name. We call her Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you've gone to movies and seen that movie opening.
Statue of Liberty is her.
Up and holding a torch and all those stars shining around her. And then right at the bottom it says Columbia Pictures. Well, that's the picture of that goddess we're talking about. JR, she wears a Roman toga and she stands in New York Harbor and she holds up a torch. And she's called the goddess of liberty, but essentially, if you go back and look at the history of her foundation, she is none other than an incarnation of Neith, Athena, Minerva. It's the same goddess with a different name.
Well, let's talk about Washington, D.C., our beloved capital.
Yes.
You will not find a statue of Jesus or Moses or Solomon or any of the biblical characters. You will find the statue of liberty.
Yeah.
Sitting right atop the dome of the Capitol building. And so this.
Is he dumb? That's not a Statue of Liberty, genius.
Yeah.
With a different name.
Well, let's talk about Washington, D.C., our beloved capital.
Yes.
You will not find.
Other than an incarnation of Neith, Athena, Minerva. It's the same goddess with a different name.
Well, let's talk about Washington, D.C., our beloved capital.
Yes.
You will not find a statue of Jesus or Moses or Solomon or any of the biblical characters. You will find the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Sitting right atop the dome of the Capitol building. And so this idea of the woman protector of the city is this Mother Nature is in the feminine.
Oh shit! What happened?
And so this idea,
the helmet, the national, and Allen's wreath of the state's capital, same thing. It stood over the
fathers.
But he resides
that are standing beside each of our founding. And so this, and by the way, inside the dome of the Capitol building are all these Greek gods and goddesses that are standing beside each of our founding fathers. You will not find Jesus there or any Christian symbol. Fascinating.
Well, J.R., she presides
The
from the Capitol
apotheosis
Dome,
of
this
the
goddess
Washington.
Columbia, and her district is called Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be pretty dense not to get the significance of
Yeah,
that.
Washington, D.C., the D.C. stands for District of Columbia.
And she is the one who gazes over the whole city and gives her protection to it, just as Athena stood over the city of Athens, just as Neith stood over the city of Sais in ancient Egypt. J.R., it's the same thing. It's alive and well, and she's called officially, our government refers to the lady on the Capitol Dome as Lady Freedom. And I quote, "The bronze statue of freedom by Thomas Crawford is the crowning figure of the dome of the United States Capitol. The statue is a classical female figure of freedom, wearing flowing draperies." Let's just call it what it is. Wearing a toga.
Yeah, Roman toga.
A Roman toga. Her right hand rests upon the hilt of the sheathed sword. Her left hand holds a laurel wreath of victory and shield of the United States with 13 stripes. Her helmet is encircled by stars and features a crest composed of an eagle's head, feathers, talons, a reference to the costume of Native Americans. A brooch inscribed U.S. secures her fringed robes, that is a toga, and she stands on a cast iron globe, that is, she's standing on the world, okay? Secures her fringed robes, that is a toga, and she stands on a cast iron globe. The eagle's brooch inscribed U.S. secures her fringed robe. Composed of an eagle's head, 13 stripes. Her helmet is encircled by stars and features a crest composed of an eagle's head, feathers, talons, a reference to the costume of Native Americans. A brooch inscribed U.S. secures her fringed robes, that is a toga, and she stands on a cast iron globe, that is, she's standing on the world, okay? That's an easy symbol to interpret.
She's the goddess of the world.
Goddess of the world. And of course, her motto is E Pluribus Unum, the national motto of the United States. And she is surrounded by the symbols of Roman power, such as the fasces, the bundle of sticks, and the hatchet. All of the toga, the helmet, the sword, everything takes us right back to Minerva, back to Neith. J.R., the goddess is alive and well.
Now, you recall how Christians tried to take over the government in the last 40 years or so, and how we've so miserably failed. Because every time we get somebody in there that we
try the last few
is
years
going to be a dedicated Christian and do things ethically and morally correct, they fail us.
Yes.
And so we are called of God to bring out of her a people for his name. We are not there to save her, but people out. So I want to listen. I want to read to you from Revelation. Now, this does not mean that it's the United States, but it says, "Come out of her, my people." And that's what we're trying to do, winning souls to Jesus. Well, it's a fascinating program, Gary. This is J.R. Church and Gary Stimmen. Until next time, keep looking up.
Yes, my people come out of her. She was
that's
at
how they're born.
She was at the what was it? The eyes of opening. What's
that? The opening of the eyes.
Yeah.
Do certain things, but when you then have it, you appreciate it much more, as opposed to getting burnt out from it. People, if you take a look at people who live with life without rules, do these look like happy, content, fulfilled people? Or do they like people who are just burnt out of life? They just don't look, they got nothing to look forward to. They've taken away any of the excitement of life is gone. They're burnt out. It's meaningless. It's in the secular world today, people coming off of a college campus, what does marriage mean? A couple lives together for 5 years, then they get married. Well, what we do? Oh, well, why do that to yourself? All you can do is make it worse, not better. Right? So in Torah, the self-control is what helps us. And the Torah doesn't say you're going to be a priest. The Torah doesn't say you're going to be an ascetic. To the contrary, you're going to enjoy life and you enjoy all the pleasures that anybody else does. You just have to do the rules and a little bit of self-control. And therefore, there's a much greater appreciation for it. Nobody in the world enjoys food as much as a Torah Jew enjoys Shabbos. It just can't be. You got the fanciest French restaurant in the world. Nobody's going to enjoy the food as much as when you get to a chont after davening Shabbos morning. A good chont with some Jack Daniels next to it. I mean, you know, that's against a show, all right. And then you lie down and take a nap afterwards. Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, it's like a drug. It's like a chont with some Jack Daniels. I mean, it's like that's more than any anesthesia we have in a hospital. You know? Yeah, I mean, that's not that. But yeah, nobody. You should get a professional there to administer it. You know, that stuff is dangerous. Nobody enjoys that. Who can enjoy that more, right? And that's only a result of the self-control that we have all along. That's where it comes from. And proof is in the pudding, because you look at the people in the world who are out of control. Do these people look happy and satisfied? I once heard an interview with Howard Stern.
It's interesting. It's almost like because they limit themselves, they appreciate everything more.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
It's really hard for me to understand, but it's one of those things where it's like, I know I would understand it if I was in it. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's ineffable to someone who isn't experiencing it. But at the same time, I don't doubt it.
Oh yeah, if you wait till you're hungry to actually eat instead of just eat when it's time, you'll appreciate it more.
Yeah. Well, anyone, any last thoughts before we head off?
Well, again, with the sort of tying those back together with the bread hieroglyph being the indication of the feminine ending in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the circle and the cross was one form of it. The other form was like the half loaf, which could also look like a breast. And there's various festivals where they worship of the sun, like the pretzel relates to a solstice. We're coming up on the solstice. That these were symbols of the sun and the solstice inscribed in the bread, where you cut the X in the bread, and then that seems to relate to the letter T coming from the X. And
interesting.
The women were the ones man shall not live by bread alone, but bread.
Any thoughts, Grim?
Yeah, no, it was interesting to get into some of the philology and some of, like the Grimm's Law and things like that, when different change of pace. And
what were the different goddesses that you were relating together? Neat, Anat, and who else?
And Athena.
Well,
what else? One second.
Minerva would be next in that chain in Rome, then.
I mean, the one. Become, so they're clearly related.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The way those names are related, they're very different, but there's similar enough to see the connections. And then you have
so probably what happens is you start off with something like Inanna. Inanna becomes like Inat or Anan, or like Anana. That gets shortened into Anat. Anat becomes like Neat or Anit. And then from there, was it Neat can easily become Athena, but it's more likely that Athena actually came from Anat directly, so that Anat splits into Athena and Anit separately, and that the connection that they're finding is actually going back further east.
And Nut. Yeah, it seems
Anyway,
like the city of On, relating back to On, Lord of Heaven, highest. You may be the Un coming off the On, the increased.
Wait, what city of On?
Seems like there's a lot more fluidity with the vowels.
Yeah, but what city of On?
Heliopolis there, On.
Oh, right.
Relating to the sky god of Sumerian.
Interesting. Yeah. Any other final thoughts?
Nope. Like I said, fun as always, and catch you next time.
All right, cool.
Goddess bless.
Yep. And on that note,
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.